conversation tomorrow with the health director and some other people about the possibility of trying to use it.
Yeah, I can honestly tell you that he is one of the few that I've never run into trouble.
Is it ready? We're ready. All right, we'll resume our meeting. The live feed is fixed, and go ahead, Mr. Scott.
All right. So the organization has gone through some changes, and I think we're in a better spot so that the consistency of what we do stays the same. You don't end up in another situation where you lose a good chunk of your information and leadership at the same time, and you have to scramble to figure that out. So I think we've got that going, and I feel really good about that. We do have I think we've got a great board. I haven't been on this board before, but we have a chief and Mark, the chief at Linville, and then Matt and Shane and Rob were on the board before. They're also firemen. Matt being y'all's appointee, and he's a good one for y'all because he doesn't say a whole lot, but he does certainly have the taxpayers' interest in mind as well as the firefighters. So we got a good diverse board, and I think everybody there hadn't really been any issues as far as that go. When I came on as chairman, one of the first things I did was I asked Cindy, she got me all the documentation, which is the memorandum of understanding, the legislative act that established this fire commission and the fire tax. We also the policy manual and all the documentation that we go by, and I started going through it and quickly realized, Mr. Chairman, that not a whole lot of people had that information or knew that information, and I think that added to, or if they did have it, they hadn't seen it in a while. So one of the things this board is done is to try to get everybody to re-up on all the instructions. Essentially, if we're going to play the game, everybody needs to know the rules. I think that misinformation lent itself to a little bit of distrust and maybe some hard feelings. But if everybody understands what we go through, and an example of that and why it's important, there is a grievance policy. So if somebody's got a policy, so if somebody's got a problem, they should follow that grievance policy, not just call the commissioners and request a meeting. So I think if everybody gets in line on that, that will cause, you'll get more consistency and less hard feelings, I believe. So we're doing that. We're getting all those copies of all that information and encourage the employees who need to know that, and also the chiefs and all the board members. So we're working that way too. So everybody's on the same page moving forward as far as that goes. I wanted to touch just a little bit again on the ISO rating. I know y'all are probably familiar with that. Ms. Chairman, I was on your board when the fire departments first came with us on the ISO rating. The big selling point on that is that if the ratings are lower, homeowners can get a savings on their insurance. And that was the big selling point, which is also still a selling point. But as I've got back into this, the ISO rating is also, to me, is a benchmark. It is proof that you or I or this board can say, what are we getting for our tax, our fire tax money? And well, what you're getting is your rating was a 9, now it's a 6 or whatever it may be. And it's a benchmark that proves readiness. It proves that it's a third party evaluation that says we're better prepared to be able to fight fire and to go on calls and to do the emergency services that we do. It also, so it justifies the fire tax essentially, because we can say we've got our ratings down when others might not be able to say that. And it also justifies the full-time and the rover positions, the employees, because the ratings is a lot of work, and you're testing things every day something's got to be done. Documentation has to be done because when they come in, everything has to be in order. So one of the things that Brian Ledford, the new assistant, is he's up on a lot of that. He'll be helping a lot of fire departments, particularly he'll help them get those ratings that are coming up. We feel good about that, but the ISO is crucially, and the ratings crucially important because number one, it does give us a benchmark of what we do and how we do it and how much better we can do it than other places. And that's what your fire tax is for, but it's also a savings. And theoretically, if they're saving some money, then it's worth having the fire tax be what it needs to be for we can keep that rating down. Now, challenges that I think we have, and these are things, this is a thing that we haven't really got into because of everything else and all the structural changes that we've been doing. But a non-budget challenge, I think, is, and there's several, there's challenges all the time, but we're really getting low on volunteers. You know, volunteers is the backbone of the whole system. And, you know, you have full-time guys there, but maybe volunteers aren't as involved because of the full-time guys, or they're just not, there's not an aptitude to want to do that or something. I don't know, but I think going forward, it won't take a lot of money, but we can start, we probably start looking at doing a lot more recruiting, making everybody aware of how important the volunteer fire system is to Avery County and how we need these people. These guys, the full-time guys are there, but they're not there 24/7. And there has been some calls from the departments that, you know, they could use 2 full-time guys instead of 1.5 basically that they have now. So we really need to look at trying to bolster the image, I guess, and the need for volunteerism and how important that it really is. So that's the biggest thing that I've seen that we haven't really discussed or talked about, but we probably need to start addressing. Now on the budget that we've presented you, we took the amount of money that Philip said we were going to get, and of course we took then our request, like you all are familiar with, and we just took the several days and evenings and long hours to cut those requests to get it down under budget, because with everything that's going on, it's pretty well known that there's probably not going to be a tax hike this year. So we did that, and then we also allowed the fire departments to you know, have their say on what those budgets were after we finished with them. And after what my friend Robert Wiseman used to say, a lot of wailing and gnashing of teeth, I think that we got where we needed to be, and I think it's reasonable. I think all the fire departments thought it was reasonable because it wasn't, the backlash wasn't too bad. And a few things that we were able to do that didn't take a whole lot of money is certifications for our full-time people. There's several certifications, and the guys that are there, if you have any questions about those certifications, they can talk to you better about it than me. But some certifications were like, if you go and get the training and the certification that you need to have that certification, then you'd get an additional $50 a year. Well, you know, who wants to take their weekend or 3 or 4 days to go and just to get $50 a year? So we increased a lot of those. Examples would be 50 to like 200 or 150. Not a huge jump, but try to encourage our guys to be as well educated as they can be. And it also offers them opportunity. If they get, the more certifications they get, the more money they can have. And so them getting a little bit more money and our guys getting more certifications is a good deal. And it certainly didn't break the bank. So there's been some issues with the budget in terms of the budget numbers. And the only example that I have on this is Newland had some weird budget numbers. And of course, you know, conspiracy theorists are going to come out and you got to try to address that. But what ended up happening, and it's happened, I think, a few times, and Jeff is, I believe, already taken care of that. And I chatted with Tim about it before he got gone. But the spreadsheets that the departments use, just like y'all departments use, that Tim came up with years ago, the spreadsheets on the Excel, those formulas weren't really protected. So somebody who got into that or accidentally could have screwed with some of those formulas. I think Newland had an issue with that. So their whole budget and their numbers look screwy. And you start asking questions, why is it looking screwy? But I think their accounting company, their firm, got that figured out, and we got those sales done. So that was really not an issue. One of the things we need to start taking better track of is fund balances. I think after I was gone off the board, Mr. Chairman, that you all passed a thing that for cash flow reasons, fire departments have a fund balance of $10,000 to $30,000. After what has happened is, after you get more than $30,000 in your fund balance at the end of the year, Fire Commission takes that money back. And we had a couple of the association, and I think Elk Park were over that in their fund balance, and it obviously didn't come back, but we need to keep a tighter lock on that. But what we did with fire departments that have fund balances that were higher than $30,000, we essentially didn't give them that. We made that a part of their budget money, so they didn't get that money on stuff they needed. And it's like with Elk Park, money they were expecting for some capital that they were expecting this coming year, we made them pay it out of that fund balance. So there was no money wasted or anything like that. It was probably just bad budgeting, but we need to watch that a little bit closer and just keep everybody under that in the amount, because the fund balance is not to be for spending of whatever you might want, or a savings account of any kind, that you all pass that for their cash flow so they can pay bills, and that it's not transferred, and you've got that money to do that. So it's a wonderful thing. We just need to make sure everybody stays in online on that. So accountability for the budget and the budget process, and we just need to make sure we fine tune that a little bit. There's a few things that we may even change in our budget in terms of capital. We have a capital equipment account. We probably need to break trucks out separate than others. I think they're kind of combined there. So nothing major or specific, that we just fine tweak it a little bit. I don't think anything's been wrong in the past. I think we just got, as things go on, they get a little bit loose, and we just need to tighten that up a little bit. Part of, I think, my value to this board is I don't know a thing about fire departments or running fire calls or anything like that. I've told them my value is that I'm bringing in a little bit more of a fresh perspective, and a new set of eyes is really all it is. You come in and start asking questions. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing that? Well, it's always been done that way. Well, let's rethink about that. So that's where we are. And those other guys are the brains behind the rest of it on actually what we do. So the biggest challenges that we see that's going to be coming up is all capital. Obviously, Ms. Chairman, when I was on the board years ago, we did a fire tax increase. At the time, fire departments had incredible debt on fire trucks. And we thought that it wasn't right for a volunteer fire department to have hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. We passed a fire tax. I went off the board after that, but a few years after that, that tax money that was designated for trucks, the idea was it would get the fire departments out of debt, and then it would then start paying. You want to get in a position where you're paying cash for trucks, essentially. And so that, I think we got them all out of debt. I'd heard that after I was gone. And so there's and that's how they've been paying for things. So it's worked out, but we need to get a little tighter on that in terms of what we're going to do is that we have a fleet inventory, and we need to start having a more detailed truck replacement plan. Obviously, since I was on there 100 years ago, the trucks got more expensive. And so what Jeff and Brian are going to be working on in the next 6 to 9 months is a truck inventory and a replacement plan. We got to start looking at prices. Obviously, trucks are going up. I mean, I think that whenever I was in there, you were looking at a truck for $300,000 to $400,000, and now we're getting bids of over $650,000, anywhere from $400,000 to $650,000. So what we need to do is just do our due diligence and have a plan, a long-term plan, 10, 15 years, where we can flip our truck inventory with the specs that it needs to be and have the money for it and not be scrambling. Because I think that budget that money has also gone to a few other things. It needs to be probably separated out so that we can, we're not dealing with an aging fleet and putting tons of money in maintenance. And we're kind of getting to that point now. So we will be coming up with that. So next year it may be a little bit different conversation, but we're going to do the best we can. The other thing that we've noticed is that there has not been a capital building a plan, a long-term plan. You've got a maintenance budget, but it's not really based on anything, building maintenance. We've got a situation now where Elk Park's floor is, part of the floor is sinking and it's cracked, and there's like a 2 or 3 inch gap under one of the doors and it's not level. And trying to get some engineers to see if that's going to get worse or can we get it fixed or whatever. Banner Elk also has it's a block building, but they've got a gigantic crack gap that's in the wall there. So of course, the first thing you think of is going to be a higher heating bill because you got your window cracked open practically. So we want to look at all the stations and all the maintenance and start looking at a long-term plan of such things as repair, deck repair, roofs, paint, or whatever. The rescue squad had a metal building they were using. We did allocate some money for them to get basically a new building. It's just a metal building, but to get a new building, and the issue was years ago there was a roof leak. Well, the roof leak never got fixed, and so now the building is kind of gone because it just kept raining in it and flooding, and nothing got fixed. So we want to try to prevent that. So that's another a long-term schedule that we'll have, and so you're not coming back saying we need a ton of money right now. We want to try to have that schedule out and do our due diligence as far as that goes. So those are the two big things that will probably be coming up for our for budgeting next year. We'll have, and that doesn't necessarily mean big rate hikes, but we just got to have the information because you just don't know. And so as far as the budget is, this one is balanced, and we're using the amount of money y'all have allocated for us, and we appreciate that. And so now that's basically my spiel. If y'all have any questions, I can answer them, or the guys there can answer them.
I want to just add that one thing that is mentioned. One other project we've been trying to work on with the fire departments that was requested was for a training facility with the rating stuff like we've been. That Scott had mentioned, that's one thing that's required as a training facility to have. We had kind of one at Mayland Community College. The Avery Fire Association along with Mitchell County had one down there and had put money into it. And basically, long story short, Mayland would refuse to put any money into it or to keep it up. And so it's pretty much where it can be utilized right now. What basically the request was through the fire department was to try to work on getting a facility on a piece of property And ISO's changed it now, so it doesn't matter where we put the facility. We're working on trying to find something now that have a piece of property, put a building on it that meets their spec. It has to be on at least 2 acres of land, and put that building on it. And all the fire departments utilize that, and it's rating, basically rating points for them to use that facility. So we did in this budget this year set aside some money for possibly if they find a piece of land, if a little bit needs to be used for land, or to maybe even start the process of grading and that sort of thing to hopefully move it along. So when we're ready to do that. So that's one big goal I think the fire departments have. One thing that I'll kind of mention too, because fire departments may mention the grants, so money that's given for grants. So that's kind of brought up usually. Every department got at least $20,000 from us for a matching grant through the state, which means they get $40,000 of equipment they can buy. So we kind of held them down on that last year. So a couple of departments did get a little bit more money because they asked for something else, piece of medical equipment or something they could apply for there. So we increased that slightly for them. But basically the bottom line is if you give them a full amount, then we've got to take that money from somewhere. So, so we did kind of hold that number down a little bit from the full amount they could apply for. But I think we're seeing they're able to keep up their equipment like they need to be. Scott mentioned on the ratings, we've had Green Valley that's been re-rated here recently. They actually dropped a point. So they were at a 7, now they're at a 6. This past week, we've had Elk Park and Frank fire departments both that went and done their re-rating. Basically, the goal of the state is to be in every 5 years to re-rate department. So we've got them 2 taken care of this week. So hopefully they'll drop some. Is the hope there, I think. And then Newland and Crossville is also scheduled within the next month. So that's kind of where we're at on the ratings. You're right. Yeah, it's good and bad because a lot of the stuff is intertwined with each department, like tanker shuttles and your water supply stuff. So it is a lot at one time, but it's kind of nice because you can because some guys need to be together doing that stuff anyway. So yeah, it's worked out really well.
You guys understand the rate period.
So on the training facility, is it going to be a joint effort with Mitchell, or is it we're going to
No,
stand
it'll
alone? Standalone?
They have their own now, and we're looking at just
Oh, they do
doing
have their own?
our own facility and not doing,
That's
not
why
as part of Malin or anything. That way it's our baby and it's something we can keep up with. It's basically a stack of units.
ideally probably in Newton, center of the county.
When you say facility, explain to me what you're talking about.
It has to be the
building,
state
but-
has some requirements on it. It has to be on, you have to have 2 acres of land,
Talking about that.
and it has to be 4 stories in height.
Okay.
But it doesn't have to be what we do. I don't know if you've been through.
Costco, they're talking behind.
Same thing.
Yeah.
That's what we're looking
Did
at.
Mitchell get a grant for theirs?
Have no
I
idea.
don't know.
That's why Malin has backed out, because there's no incentive, because Mitchell doesn't need.
But the beauty about it is everybody can use it and everybody gets credit for it. So when you have the rating, it's not just one.
One of the things that Scott mentioned that we've talked about numerous times is the volunteer factor, and the lack of new people coming in, which is concerning for everybody on many levels, because the departments for so many years was built on that premise, or that idea. And it's, I'm grateful we're able to have staff and have the facilities, but boy, that core is something that really is discouraging or concerning, I guess, that we're losing that as time. And it seemed to be that, I may be wrong, but what I've heard, the pattern is that is not just here, it's kind of a universal
Nationwide.
pattern.
It's
Yeah.
nationwide.
And did they not? think about doing, at one time, think about doing DLT in the high school? I mean, not DLT, but basic firefighter in the high school.
Yeah, there's been some things, and the fire association actually is kind of doing, well, before school, head out or whatever, but
Right.
they were doing it's an explorer program, it's
Yeah.
basically kind of like an outskirt of the Boy Scouts.
Right.
And so they were at the middle school and high school, the fire association was doing, I mean, because obviously that's where we need to try to catch them. But honestly, what it boils down to is people don't want to spend the time that it takes. I mean, it's not like it used to be where you just show up and start spraying water somewhere. I mean, you gotta have, it's, a firefighter certification right now is 220 hours. Just for a fire certification. And, you get, people say they don't want to, come and, this good old boy stuff, but, you can't do that now because the fire chiefs of the county, if they let them go into a structure and they get killed, then there's going to be a lot of liability.
Well, just that facility being fire training stuff.
We have tried to, I think with the commission and over the years, to try to address some things for benefits for the volunteers in general. And one thing that we've been doing is through Wings Air Rescue has the flight where you can pay so much and it covers you and your family if their service has to come in and fly them out. And we are paying that for all the volunteers. If you're volunteering in Avery County, we're paying for that.
Of course, you get that, you know, it's 50 for grading to do it. Or the money we set aside. That may or may not fly, just kind of some preliminary talk.
2 acres is pretty good size, but big land.
Yeah, we kind of questioned some on the condemned flood stuff that y'all have, maybe looking into some of that, if that would be a possibility, but I don't know if it's.
Isn't there some kind of deal where the floodland, I mean, I don't know, I'm assuming it seems like I can deal with that, with FEMA and some stuff I help them with. And there, once they pay off on that, there's something where nothing can be built there again.
I think they are.
I think it's like a living, it can't be a living.
Can't be anything live in.
Yeah.
It can be like a
You could walk
recreation or park or
Yeah.
picnic.
It could be a
shed or
possibility.
Nothing that can be lived in.
So, I mean, obviously, that's something it's obviously gonna be. But I think the big thing, and Scott mentioned it, that we've got to look at, and we put more money into it this year, is maintenance of departments and spending, $100,000 each year. That's just upkeep and before we get to where because all of our departments but one have a lot of age on them. I mean, Frank's our only department that's new. So everything else is old.
I can only speak for the former board, and I'll leave it at that. We had a leak that went on for 5 or 6 years, and could never get them to give us any money for it, so we quit asking. And they asked me if we got it fixed, and I said, no, don't have the money. I said, I thought that the game here was to let it rot down so we can get a new building. And I mean, they just ignore leaks, or they have in the past.
Well, we appreciate all the information that Scott has given us. It's a new look, and we hope you can go with it. And the new people, we appreciate you. And are there any commissioner that has anything that they'd like to ask anything about budget? All right.
This year.
So, Madam Chairman, I will ask that on behalf of the Fire Commission, Finance, Assistant County Manager, the County Manager, that I do have consensus to go with these numbers in the proposed budget. Yes, 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 yes. Okay.
So I think you have to call out
Yeah, I
names.
think
All right, Woody, how-
It's not a formal vote. It's just consensus. It's just
All right,
consensus.
see,
Are we okay?
Yeah, because, really, you don't need even the consensus for this. This is the budget.
This
It's
is the budget.
proposed. We gotta fill in the numbers and,
Michelle's not here, so.
yeah.
all right.
Like I say, thank you guys. for what you did.
Yeah, thank you.
Very much.
The whole thing.
That's so much.
Scott, we thank you for standing and doing what you're doing.
We're still proposing.
You've been in my place before because we worked together and we heard about getting the fire rate up. Jake Owens, he preached and preached. He said we can make it if you get this far tax up. So we got it up. We got the $2 million debt paid off. When I first come in, that's what was so in it. I think you all have done a great job. And
Hmm.
we've heard for many years that volunteers is about out, so we understand that somewhere along the line, they are gonna have to be some people paid and hard.
I'll tell you this, at Linville, again, I can only speak of what I know. There is more people there that is retired that can leave with their retirement than there is that are not. Myself, Roy, Levin, JC, more than half of us are 20 years plus. And nobody really interested in going.
Next generation.
How many you try to carry on your roster?
We got to hold with 2 stations, what is it, 22 or 24? 24. I'm gonna be honest with you. My wife is one of them, and she is not a fireman, but she makes the number. Does the training to make the number, and that's pretty much it.
Mr. Chairman, I've got one more request.
All right, go ahead, Scott.
Can you have Cindy call down there to the health department? Because I hadn't heard back from my COVID test yet. And if I don't, my wife and I are working in the same house for the last 3 days, and something bad's gonna happen if I don't get out of here.
Well, here, I've got you a mask.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I got a mask too, but yeah, in a good marriage, you have boundaries, so. and
There
some
goes,
of them
man,
ain't
you got
in the
luck.
room all the time.
They may be over there.
We'll try to get you something in the
They were in
morning.
Yancey County today.
You got that new flowers on, you're afraid it's in a 3x6x6 block.
All right, guys, thank y'all. We
All right,
appreciate y'all.
thanks, Scott.
All right.
All right.
Appreciate you, Pastor.
Thank you for coming. We need to recess and Cindy, you gonna recess or?
It's up to you. You wanna start, go ahead and start with the sheriff and then eat something or?
I think Blake wanted to recess.
Oh, okay, all right.
We'll recess for about 3 minutes or 5.
We're gonna do it.
I was looking for you.
Been back there.
You ain't done my secret.
We go this way.
Last time we got to sit one.
I told the
Well,
truth,
you're
about the
right.
pieces. No, well, no, I.
Okay, so we can stay on schedule.
Yours, sir. Which one of them's there?
Who's that, either one of these? Who's that mine's for? Not mine's? Buddy, he's on board.
Only mind you, Brett stops just a little bit.
He's just young, he's just tall, he just needs to be, he just ain't big.
He's on foot line. There's one house.
That's Bill.
Sorry, I thought I did give you one. I didn't know that was ice. Okay, have yet to have a complaint. But
It just is professional, his courage, is anybody out?
Dalton's gonna be a good dang deputy. He's still learning. Experience.
The initial contact was made before I got.
He told me. I think when you act like that, you want another kiss?
I'm really excited. I think it's a little bit smart. Put in, something put in.
I said, well, you got 7% increase over last year. Big power is going off at midnight tonight, people. That was what that phone call. I don't know what.
Good for you.
Well, at least you got some warning. Usually you don't have big power.
Better not have big power.
Well, I'm not having that.
No, you would.
Now,
Well,
what-
You gotta worry about opportunity. You gotta give an opportunity.
Well, the-
I know.
what about
They got one phone.
Peach
Back to my
Rose
house,
State.
I said, I'm on my porch, and I let you over in the parkway. Well, it's just barely $2,000.
But we're- I just want you to-
I said you got a good opportunity.
Oh, we're gonna shine. We should be through in 30 minutes. I mean, we should really be through in 25, 30 minutes, depending on how much you want to talk.
All right. We'll,
Finance proposed.
Yeah.
Sheriff must have took the fall.
I heard that. Thank you, Billy.
No, I mean, I'm gonna get my-
Oh, you're welcome. I'm gonna try to work.
All right, we're gonna bring our meeting back to order, and we're doing our sheriff budget, and we'll turn it over to Kevin and
Well, the first thing I want to say is, Ashley and Philip and Cindy have done a great job. We have sat down, we've hashed a lot of things out. What I asked Philip, and what you have in front of you beside your book, what I asked Philip is, Tim had went through and made cuts. And that was before talking to me. I mean, we never know, and that's been an issue. And me and Ashley and Phillips talked about it this year, is that we need to sit down prior to that with the finance and town manager, county manager, and work out the budget so we know what they expect and what's going to be cut versus what we need. So I talked to Philip and Ashley, and they said, listen, what we've done was so that we would have a balanced budget basically, and this is what we can do. And I said, well, if we take the cuts that Tim proposed and we make those cuts other places within our budget, and it equals out to the same thing so that we're meeting the standards that they said, would that be okay? And he said, yes. So we've sat down for the last 2 weeks going through our budget, wheeling, dealing, trying to do everything we can. And so we've come up with, Tim had cut $86,586 out of our proposal. And so we have cut $86,586 out of our proposal. It's just in different line items. So if you're agreeable with this, and it meets Ashley and Phil's approval, we've got the same amount of cuts per line, for the whole total budget. We should be good to go on. We should have very little to talk about other than we've got some stuff that Lee, Jack, my sergeants and myself have worked really hard on for proposals, things to think about. I understand that right now, we don't know what the economic situation is going to be. So none of us know, none of us have that crystal ball. So we're not saying do this, we're saying please look at it. It's laid out in your books and we want to spend a few minutes talking about that. But as far as our budget, if you are agreeable that if we cut $86,000 out and Tim's out of the same thing that Tim cut, we're good to go, then we can just talk about some theoretical stuff. So I want to answer any questions you have about our proposal. If you have any questions about
Do we have any commissioners that wants to ask Kevin anything more about the budget?
Will we get a bill? Will we get a printout of what actually is in the budget and what is not?
Yes.
As
Yes.
what
So
sheriff
as soon as we plug this in, and I may have to ask him a couple of questions, I will reprint this and get this to you. Yes.
And is that 86 some odd $1,000 bringing the county?
It'll keep everything exactly balanced.
Just approximately, where's it being reappropriated, just to hit the highlights, the big stuff.
Okay, really quick, big stuff is we're going to, for our DARE officers, and we're going to have 2 by this coming year, instead of buying them Durangos like we wanted to, we're going to buy them all-wheel drive Dodge Chargers and do a wrap around them. Because it'll be blingy, it'll be something the kids will really like, it'll stand out, and they're much cheaper than the Durango. So we're cutting a lot out of that line item. We're cutting some other things. You see the big cuts that we made. We feel like we can cut about $500 more out of the cell phone stuff that Tim did, that we can cut, drug buys by $2,000.
And it's going where?
It's going, most of it's going toward uniforms, because in Tim's cuts, he cut out a whole lot of stuff that we really, really need, like entry helmets and stuff like that, when we're doing SRT, when we do SRT stuff. And so we've reappropriated the uniform line items for
What's that?
special response team.
Okay.
When we have to go shoot bad guys or get bad guys or catch really bad guys and do entries. And we do 3 or 4 of them a month.
So
They're
the
really high
SRT include vests and stuff?
Vests and things of that nature. So
What about, like, I seen in the earlier budget, there was in there for like 50 carabiners and flashbangs. and-
some
Is
of
all
that,
that stuff still, is it gonna be in there or?
some of it will be in there, some of it will not. But
Some of it probably already.
if we put it in uniform line item, then we'll prioritize exactly what we need.
I have a question. This is for my own edification benefit. How often do you use flashbangs?
Probably about 3 times a year.
That surprised me.
I mean, in action,
Yeah.
we have to train with them. You have to be certified with them. That certification is a $3,000 school. And you have to do that every so often, to handle any kind of munitions like that. The problem is not to have it and need it would be really critical, and no towns around here have it. So we will be having to call Burke County or Watauga County up to do a mission for us. Time is of the essence.
I've got a quick question on vests.
Okay,
I mean, because me and Phil talked about it, and they were saying like you hire somebody and you fit into the vest, and you hire somebody else, they don't fit them. Do they make a vest that one size fits all? I mean,
Not
I'm just
exactly.
asking.
Not
No.
exactly, not
Okay.
adjustable here.
they're a little bit adjustable. The problem is here. We don't want to have a space here. A vest that fits me would wrap around you. If we were to hire you and then hire me, I'm gonna have gaps hanging out, and that ain't gonna work. So it's not, there's not that much leeway. So we have to have them fitted. They come up and measure. Go ahead.
They are different kinds of vests, just like the SRT does not wear a normal vest. the vest that they wear.
It's a level, it's a
Yeah,
tactical
Different
level.
level, I know, it's like level 3 and 4.
Yes.
I read that one.
So this gives us the leeway and flexibility to get done what we need done and still meet what we need. And it balances everything just exactly like it.
Is this going to hurt you?
No, it's not gonna hurt us. It just, we had to revamp
It
things.
won't let you have, you won't.
It won't let us have some of the wants. Plus, we revamped our thinking. Dennis has said this several times. Sometimes you have to look at things in a different light. And so when we said, when I come up with the bright idea and told Phil I made this big thing, I say, if we can figure out where to cut, make the cuts, would it be okay? And he's like, yeah, well, okay, that was a really big thing. We got down there and tried to figure that out. I was like, oh God, we got to think about this stuff. It ain't what we thought was going to be easy was very difficult, and it took us hours and hours.
It's
What's
easy to
before-
think, it's like you said, carabiners a minute ago. Well, you can't get carabiners, or you can't get rope, but no carabiners.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
So it started kind of snowballing. We spent, what, a good 2 days?
That's where we get hung up in here sometimes. It's a $30 million budget. We get hung up over $10,000 a year sometimes.
And me and you's laughed at that, and I've laughed at that. It happens with everybody. You swallow a camel and choke on a gnat. But this balances it out to exactly what we need to cut to make the balanced budget. Feel
Yeah,
better.
I'm missing something somewhere. According to the budget sheets that we had, Mr. Manager, the budget reduction was $105,799.
I think some of that is in retirement, salaries, things of that nature. I don't have any control over any of that. I took just from training down, and it was 86,000.
So
The
he
rest of
took-
that was from
Yeah.
salaries up.
So,
he can't touch
I can't touch nothing from,
Anything here.
so if insurances went down or not increased to what Tim thought it would, or anything like that, that's where. So that may be part of the reduction.
I always wondered why they didn't sell off that much, but anyway, I think you got 5,000.
Honestly, on this time, we actually made the county a little bit of money on these cell phones. We were using the flip phones.
She said the insurance decreased
And it's
quite a bit, so that's
more
some
money
of
to have
it.
the flip phones and a jet box. So we combined it, talked to Dennis, and they actually gave us money back for phones that we got for free. So we
Well, I
actually, this
took
year,
it-
we made some money on
I
the
took it
on
and
the
just
cell
put it on
phone. The big thing,
copied the budget,
Right now,
put it on
we've been down to
spreadsheet,
2 days.
so that's exactly what's
I
coming.
mean, I'm just seeing this, so.
everything's mine.
All right, well, here's my thought on it.
Good question.
It's the same amount we was thinking we were gonna give anyway. He's newly elected. So he wants to move the apples from one pile to another.
That's
Fine
his
with me.
business.
That's your business.
You said,
It's your budget.
I am. I want to make sure Dennis.
Yeah, the numbers, what Gene is calling, the way I saw
It is, and what I've done is I took the budget that Phil and them sent me, and I just copied it onto a spreadsheet. And then I done let the computer do the calculations.
We're giving the same number of apples. You're gonna rearrange them a little different. That's your product.
Yeah, and if Phil comes up with a different bottle apples, I'll change it and we'll reduce it.
Yeah, you got the prerogative to do that, I think.
I just want George's blessing that if we have the same amount of reductions, then it's good.
I noticed in your the book that you proposed, there was some discussion on incentives. And,
That's what I want to get to that.
okay, because
That's the big part that I want to talk about, that I know with the situation we're in, there's no way to implement it right now.
you know, that my other question was, until this was clarified, was on this reduction, how much of it was reassigned to salary?
No, this is all just stuff. I don't get to touch the salary part. They don't give me permission to mess with that. This is just stuff.
Because the real reason I ask, because there's certain things, salaries and so forth, that this, at a adjustment this year creates a floor next year.
Exactly.
You know, so it's not like a one-shot deal. It's arithmetic.
Yeah,
It builds on
absolutely. It
itself.
builds on,
So-
it snowballs.
So that's the reason I was,
Absolutely. Good point. And I didn't want, I wasn't trying to circumvent that. I just, that's. the
Which
next
is
part.
exactly why I was asking. I knew where you were going there, because that's exactly why I was asking where it was being reallocated.
Yeah, it's just, it's things being traded for other things. Is the best way to look at it.
That's, I was going the same thought back. Look, that's twice in the last week we've been on the same train of thought.
With the jail, we're good. We are good with the jail budget and everything's fine there. I think I've answered Miss Martha's question. She's got her question asked, answered about medical stuff, so.
I wish there's just not much we can do there.
Man,
I do, that's a headache.
well, I would like, could you, this is my own personal edification. We had a worksheet here maybe 2 months ago on medical expenses, this discussion we've had ad nauseam. And I know there's nothing we can do about what happens when to whom. But for me, could you clarify on the scrubbing group, the process there on some of that, on some of that, that breakdown, it didn't make sense to me. It looked to me just on the blush, and maybe I just don't understand how it was put down, that by the time they put in what they were paying and what we pay, it didn't seem to be any savings.
it is, it's averaging about a 25 to 30% savings from what we're being billed by the hospitals, by whatever hospital we go to.
How much do we pay for that service?
We pay a percentage of what they save. They don't make anything unless they save us money. They make, I'll have to look back because I don't have that right in front of me. And I don't want to say, I will never I will never mislead you guys. But we pay them a percentage of what they save us versus what the bill was from the hospital.
All
Okay,
right, now,
What's that percentage?
that's what I don't want to say off the top of my head. It's 5 or 10%. I can't remember. They make 5 or 10% off of what they say.
I may be completely wrong, but I feel like in my brain, it's saying it's 8%, but I could be wrong.
It's somewhere between 5 and 10, Blake, and I'm not sure.
I could be
And I don't
wrong.
want to say something that you come back and say, he told us. a
That's
lie.
basically, I think it's 8. I think it's 8.
Here's what I'll tell you. If you want to come by anytime you guys have a question about that, please come by and see me. Well, just come by and see me. I'll be glad to sit down and we'll look through it and break it down.
But you know, that worksheet a couple of months ago that y'all gave to us, and I was looking through that example by example. Some of it was like, okay, it was this much was paid to them, and you know, but the total didn't seem to be any less than what we started. That's what I was looking at.
Now, go ahead, Woody, because you had a question.
The nurse that you have,
Yes,
4 days a week, something like that.
it's so many hours a week. She comes 3 days a week, I think, so many hours a day.
Whatever, that's another
Yes.
point. But out of the proposed budget that we have for medical, it's proposed $115,000. Right?
yeah, but 65,000.
It's like 65,000 just for Southern Healthcare.
Yeah, and then 50,
To cover that.
yeah.
So out of that 115,000 comes $55,000.
To have a nurse, yes. But you don't want to hire a county, the county does not want to hire a nurse. Because then you're liable if she screws up.
Let me ask this. What if the Toe River Health District provided a nurse?
I've talked to them about it. They won't do it. We've talked. They just don't, number one, they don't have the people, the resources to do it. Now, here's something that may really help us. Did you have a question?
So you're saying the nurse costs $55,000.
60, our contract $60-some thousand.
That's per year
Yes,
Yeah.
for 3
65.
days a week,
so many hours,
7 hours a week.
yes.
Okay.
And I can bring you,
Wow.
the contract.
Yeah, but she does, she has the liability,
She has-
malpractice.
Southern Healthcare has the liability insurance and malpractice insurance. They cover all that we don't have to deal with.
Okay, they provide a nurse 4 days per week for 4 hours each day. And,
So 16 hours.
they can't package their own medicine,
Yeah, that's
so
it.
they package the medicine for them to give out. Also, they cover
Well, that doesn't
their
work.
medical malpractice.
Who pays for the medicine?
They pay for part of it, and then we have to pay once we reach a certain part, then we have the county.
So I'm going to look at the direction of this, what you think. At $115,000, $55,000 comes out, plus your medicine. Say $5,000
65
comes out.
comes out.
That just,
65.
65.
Plus whatever.
Okay.
That don't leave a
That
hole.
leaves you $50,000.
Yeah, that's all, that's what I look
And
at.
they,
Listen. Here's what I promise you, and I couldn't do it this year. I did do it this year, but it didn't get in the budget. There's a lot of, you're recording this, ain't you?
yes, sir, you're live streaming.
I will talk to you about it, okay? I will talk to you.
I
about it.
wasn't going to you.
I know. You are 100% right, but it has been told to me, we're gonna put this in the budget,
Okay, I'm good. Okay.
and it's been told to me, we're gonna put this in the budget for this amount. If you go over, the commissioners has gotta pay the bill, so it don't make any difference. And that is to make the budget. I had no control of it. Okay? I want to give you, I want to give you the best estimate I can give you, no matter what it is. But that's not the way it's worked.
It's 8% clear.
Now, I want to ask you a question, Kevin.
Is that a good way of putting that?
Well, I want to ask you a question.
Okay.
How many times do you have to take an inmate somewhere besides county?
Several.
Where you take?
Baptist sometimes, Asheville sometimes, it depends on what it is. In Watauga, a lot of times.
Dentist office.
Yeah, dentist office a lot of times. You know, it just depends.
Well, I thought maybe we could work something out. with
We've had
county.
people do that, that's got abscess teeth, and they'll go do something so they can get put in jail and get their teeth fixed. So anyhow,
Don't say that
dentist.
out loud.
Well,
Imagine,
now, Kevin, let me ask you another. Ever since I've been commissioner, we've never been able to stay in the budget on that.
Nope.
We have to do a budget amendment.
Every
all the
year,
time.
because every year,
1
2001
time we did.
time while I've
Yeah.
been the manager, we did not have to touch it. And it was like the miracle.
it's a miracle of miracles.
It's
Walk on water.
2018, 19.
But the
And
year
then-
before.
We spent
Yeah.
$200,000.
That's there.
1 year it was over 200,000.
We give it back.
That ain't,
You-
no, I heard the
Thanks,
guy.
Martha.
I didn't think that.
Martha,
Budget same thing.
to answer your question, our request for medical was $185,000. That's our guess. It was cut in half and said, and has been done every year. Same with the meals for the inmates. You go ahead, we'll budget it for this and put this in the budget. That way the budget will look good. But if you go over, they've got to pay.
The budget doesn't, to me, the budget does not look good
If you
if
have
you're
to do a
continuing to
budget.
have to do budget amendments.
That's what
It
I-
looks like you don't know what you're doing.
That's the last page of y'all book, which is their estimate.
I can't see in there.
Very last page is what we put in for medical. Our request for medical when it got cut in half. as it always does.
But during the budget meeting, we said we'll do budget amendments if necessary, if we have to, right?
Yeah, it
But
is.
just like jail meals, instead of giving them full capacity everyday meals, we cut it knowing that if we have to pay for meals, we have to pay for meals. And I said that out loud.
And here, so do you want an honest estimate of what it's been costing? Or do you want to just hope and then fill it in at the end? Anyhow, we are where we are this year. I'm fine.
I prefer to do it in.
We'll do everything else.
I don't. I prefer to raise it
Now,
some.
Dennis, to get to your question real quick, because I really want to talk about some of this other stuff, if you are good with the budget. But, okay, so we were billed by the charges. If I have my glasses, I can tell you. Is that $800.54? Where it says,
$800.14.
okay, yeah, it is. I got glasses now. Thank you, Woody. $800.14. They cut it down to $560. Okay, so out of that savings, they saved us. What's 560 minus 560? No, I was trying to see what that was. Yeah, that was 30. It's 30%. Yeah, $240.04 is what they saved us. To save us $240.04, they charge us $45, 30%. Okay, that's their fee. They don't make money unless they save us money. So they made $45. So we paid the $560, which is what they cut it down from 800 to, plus the 45. Our total bill is $605. Does that make sense? So this is a cool company. I mean, we don't pay them unless they save us money.
And this is a total, these four are here a total for how long? For the year?
That's just for,
Or is that just one instance?
that's one day.
Okay, it's one day.
Yeah,
Okay, do you have a total savings for the year? I mean,
I can get that.
I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I can get that. No, they don't give it to me. I get these statements
Yeah,
as they get them.
okay.
Now, there's a big delay a lot of times. You'll see a lot of times the bills we get from Prime Health will be bills
Yeah,
from
that's what
Cannon
it's
and
done.
Watauga that'll be a year or plus older
This went back to 2008.
sometimes. That's where this company fights with them, and if they don't agree, they'll fight with them to the bitter end. And I mean, they get into actually, sometimes, if it's a huge bill, they will go into a mediation, a court-ordered mediation to try to resolve it because they think that the bill by the hospital is just way too high.
Okay, question. If, let's just say, for instance, we up that medical budget, but you don't spend it, what happens to that money?
It goes back to the county.
Goes back to the general fund?
Yeah. So, I mean, it's really six one way, half a dozen the other.
Let me ask you
It is
something.
what it is.
When I was checking on it, the Southern Healthcare was only 65,000. Did they go up 10,000 on the premium?
I'll have to look at my contract, Miss Martha. I don't know whether we wanted to up their coverage or whether that's an uppage that they've come up
Right. Because when I looked into it when we
I- I'm
did
a- I will find,
this year,
The
it's
nurse,
65 this year.
the purpose in that, if I'm not, and tell me if I'm wrong here, is it's to try to,
keep from going to the hospital.
yes. Is
And
you
they
work the
do.
squeeze on
Oh,
that?
bunch.
Okay. I'm asking, is
They
you
do.
work the squeeze on that?
Your medical bills, if we didn't have that nurse, would, I'm not exaggerating when I say you're looking at probably $500,000 a year.
Good enough for me?
Yeah.
I didn't know if we.
I'm not exaggerating.
That's one of those, just.
That
you work the
would not
squeeze,
be
you work the squeeze.
Yeah, I knew that.
Just for your information, this prime here is 19% what they get.
Do what?
This is 19% what they get.
I think it's
They say
Yeah.
240 and they got 45, that's
19,
19%.
okay, that's what they get. It's
Is
a,
it not 30% of what they save us?
no, 30% is the
That's
savings.
You save 30%. Okay,
Right,
I'm
you
sorry.
save
Sorry,
30%.
sorry.
240, and we paid them 45, that's 19%.
So,
You said 30%.
but anyhow, it's based on the amount that they save. It's a percentage of the amount they save.
Yeah, the insurance.
We'll have to find that, but
I looked into it, I saw it on.
If you'll come by, we'll call Prime Health, I'll get the exact number.
Well, it's good to know, because I didn't know it.
And a year-end report would be nice, wouldn't
Yeah, I can probably get that. No problem.
Yeah, I mean, it
All
needs
right,
to be
question,
something to look at.
Sheriff,
Yes, sir.
what would be your experiences, long time sheriff? What would be a close number, figure?
Total for medical? I'd say $100,000 plus Southern Healthcare contract.
Anywhere between 50 and $200,000.
If one inmate has a heart attack, you're looking at $200,000. I try to get, and Tracy
Can't you move them to Raleigh or wherever you?
still have to pay safekeeping, Martha. We have to pay the bill.
If it's Avery County.
If it's Avery County and it's not, and they haven't been convicted, they're awaiting trial, we're screwed. There's nothing, if we move to Raleigh, we still get the bills. A lot of them, yeah, try to keep it. Now, here's what I will tell you. And Lee can vouch for this. If Tracy were here, we tried to keep it to a minimum tonight. I didn't want a whole lot of people here. But if somebody comes in, they got a big sore on them and it's oozing and crap, we get them out. We get the magistrate, try to unsecure the bond. I've went to judges and got judges to unsecure the bond. I'm like, get them out of here. We don't want that medical cost. And we get them out as quick as we can. I promise you, we do not. We want to keep medical problems to a minimum more than you do. Because it's aggravating for us if we got somebody at the hospital, because if I got an inmate at the hospital, guess what I got to do? I got to have an officer at the hospital. So I really, really, really want.
The whole time?
The whole time.
If they're in the hospital, in the bed. you
There's
gotta
gotta
have
be
an
a
officer.
Start the door.
My word, no wonder.
when I was at the prison, there was 2. We had to have 2.
We do it with one.
And if there's a female,
You got to have a female.
I know.
so
So,
We had to have a contact and a control.
I mean, that's just our life. And we know we do a really, I'm bragging on us. I think our jail staff does a tremendous job in letting me know, letting Lee know when we've got an inmate that's posing medical problems, and we do our best to get them out of there. Now, sometimes, I will give you an example, Daryl Callahan killed somebody. We can't get him out. We're paying for him to be in Raleigh because he has a really bad heart condition. We can't provide that medical treatment here. Daryl Callahan's costing us a ton of money. Okay? That's just the price of doing business. I can't let a murderer, somebody that's killed somebody, goes out. That's just the way it is. If it had been somebody on worthless checks, I could get them out. Can't do that when they stab somebody. Do what? What did I say wrong? Oh, are we? You didn't tell me that part. You need to let somebody know this stuff.
Everything in here is.
All right.
So,
Well, this budget that's proposed here, what we got, and I'm assuming that part is still there. But we have, $125,000.
Let Zero Frank County into was Kevin Fry.
In the budget for medical expenses. Right, is that what I'm seeing?
125. Now, they did raise it 10,
Yeah.
but then you got to pay that insurance out of that.
what do you names?
60. Well, he's using 75,000 now. That's what it costs. So you got to take that out.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just making sure I'm looking at the right.
Yes.
Yeah,
Medical
Yeah.
expenses, 5,200, 8,000, medical expenses, we're proposing 125.
Yeah.
And we might have a year like we did 18, 19, not have to touch it.
Not with this fire.
Well, if you interrupt this guy he just mentioned, that don't seem possible.
Right. There's only so much you can do. If somebody has committed a really serious offense, a violent offense, you cannot just say, hey, Judge, I'm going to let them loose. Can't do it.
I have talked to other managers and we all hate, I mean, this is just,
I know.
but this county doesn't touch us, but it's very close. And they had a open heart surgery that they had to pay for out of 1 year's budget. And it,
Oh, yeah,
Well,
one
it's
year we
painful.
had a cancer patient and a dialysis patient, and it about killed us. And then they sent them
And
off.
I try my best to get pregnant women out of jail. I mean, it's just, because that's a lot of medical expenses.
it's a brave.
Most people just don't worry, do they?
Well, I'm just saying.
And you're fine with the jail? You said you was
Yes,
fine with
yes,
the
I
jail,
am.
but
I am.
Yes, I think they would be
I think I'm good all over.
did the meals go up, Kevin? They didn't, did
Did what?
the meals?
No, I don't think so.
I didn't think I found that. Okay. All righty. Anybody else got any questions?
Your apples, put them where you want to.
Well, again, we're good with the jail budget, we're good with the sheriff's.
You know, Kevin's always told me, when you give us a budget, you can't tell us how to spend it. And I've never forgot that. So that's why I check his budget pretty close.
Aha.
He had never said that, he wouldn't got so many questions. I can't tell him what to do with his budget.
Hey, no.
I'm gonna cut him to the bone.
You got a job, you got a job.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
yeah.
I've never once went to Kevin with a question that wasn't answered satisfactorily, though. Not one time.
Well, sometimes it's too satisfactory.
Really going up.
Man, I am who I am.
It took me a long time to learn though, Kevin. I'll tell you, this year it just flipped me when we looked into that and I got my answer. Because I've always.
But we really do. If it's something, if it's an inmate that's causing us a great deal of medical expense, and they're not violent, they're not in there for a violent reason, they haven't been tried. We do our dead level best. Tracy and my jail staff are really great about getting them, getting them out, getting them on an unsecured bond, and getting them out of there. So if you're good with everything else, we'll move on to the thing that I wanted to talk about.
Oh, I thought we'd already moved on to that.
Yeah, I thought we was done.
I thought we was through.
No, we're on the first unit.
Yeah, we got some ideas.
Here's just the ideas thing, and we'll be done. I just want you to really look at the fourth, is it the fourth page? Where it says, starts with deputy sheriff in gray and then blue, green. We have 2 open positions right now. Open positions.
Road position.
For deputy sheriff. We're having a really hard time filling those positions. One of the things that we thought about that could be beneficial is if we could figure out a bonus that deputies could receive when they achieve certain levels of being a deputy sheriff, whether it be training, education, or whatever it is. So what we've laid out here is what it would be for like a deputy sheriff 1, deputy sheriff 2, 3, 4. We just got to deputy sheriff 4. Lee has done extensive work on this, and if you have any questions, I'll defer most of these to Lee on this. But this is where we have looked at other agencies, police departments, sheriff's offices across the state, things that they're doing to hire and retain officers. So this is something that we would like to see implemented, because we're getting officers and doing a lot of their training, and then they're going to Boone, Spannerill, Beach Mountain, because they pay.
So here's my hang up there. I think I know I've said this with the commissioners before. I have a hard time comparing sheriff's office with police department, because while it is a similar qualification, it's a different job.
It is a completely different job, and sheriff's offices do far more.
Right. But
That's
it's
far more
comparing,
than
it's
they
a little bit of a misleading comparison in my book.
I agree. But in terms of training, we're all required to have
Yeah.
the same training.
Exactly, same qualification.
And here's the thing. If you think somebody just graduated from medical school and it's their first surgery, that they're going to charge you what somebody that's been doing it for years and has umpteen degrees and wrote papers on doing heart surgery is going to charge you, you're sadly mistaken. The amount of experience and the amount of education and training somebody has should play a big factor in how much they make.
Which one do you want?
I agree.
Exactly.
So just to give y'all an example, and maybe Miss Ashley has talked about this, we just hired a guy with 15 years experience and a master's degree who had moved up there from Florida and got a certification, trying to get back into business, and we started him at the same as somebody who just graduated BLET. Pretty close to it, wasn't he, Miss Ashley? There's no incentive for
I don't
anybody.
see that he took the job.
I've looked at this right smart and compared and look through it. And the only thing really that I see is go to your deputy, well, I'm deputy sheriff too, go to deputy sheriff one.
Okay.
I'm not going one, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's right above sheriff too.
Okay. Well, now go to two. How much of these things listed down through here, that if they get this, if they do this, how much of that is already included in the BLET that they already have?
None,
None?
none.
So we've got to pay them to go to that. And then after a year, they go somewhere else and get an incentive to go there.
And I don't think that every deputy you hire will be at the same level at the same time, because you've got people that go getters and you've got people that ain't. And you'll have some that slackers and some that ain't.
And this rewards go-getters.
And that's what, I agree with that. I do, because, and I'll tell you why, because somebody that's a go-getter and gets up there every day and works and goes to these schools and does what he needs to do deserves more pay.
And that's what I'm hoping. I told the sheriff, I said, we're not really looking for a raise, we're looking for our work. We've got to earn this. This ain't something that y'all just give us for work, and we have to earn every bit of this. And the sheriff put in the front, actually what the salary would be and how long it would take for somebody to actually get to a step, or a deputy sheriff 4. It's going to take about 10 years in the Avery County Sheriff's Office.
But that doesn't include the pay plan steps and grades.
No, it does not.
So that would be on top of.
In addition.
pay plan Steps and grades.
In addition.
See, that's where I was talking about earlier. Here we get into the.
That you're raising the floor.
Raising the floor. Exactly.
You're exactly right.
But
And
this still doesn't do anything for the officer that you just hired that came in with much more experience, much more qualifications than several of your other officers.
No.
But if he came in, we'd come in and we had this in place, we could put him where he needs to be.
He couldn't be brought in at a higher level as he is now.
Maybe a little bit, but you can't do a whole lot because you destroy the morale of your other officers.
Yeah, and I don't want to sound negative, that he knew when he took the job.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that in a bad way, I'm just saying he knew when he took the job.
Yeah. But it's,
I'm not gonna sacrifice the morale of my officers that I've got now that stayed with me, been loyal, and served this county well, just because somebody from off from here wants to come in.
Now, so here's my,
But I do want to be, if I was able to reward them, my officers that have been here, then when these people come in that have master's degrees and have 10-year service, then I'll be able to start them with a little bit more pay.
here's my, as an employee, this is me as an employee. If I'm sitting at my job and I've been there for however long, and somebody comes and they hire somebody that's got an MBA and 15 years experience, I'm gonna understand if they're making more than me. But they've got more skill than I do. They've brought more skill and more to the table than I bring. That's just the marketplace. But I don't understand. So I guess my commentary would be, that should be understood anywhere you work.
Well, I look at it from another employee standpoint. If me and you's doing the same job, it doesn't matter what your certification is. If me and you are doing the same job, then we need to be on the same pay scale.
We're not necessarily doing the job the same though.
Well,
They may not have the same.
some of these deputies ain't doing the same job. I mean, we've got a lot of deputies, but every one of them
That's
does
different things they
different
do.
jobs. Just like school resource has to have different certifications, than a regular night shift officer. It's required.
But I'm just saying, I understand what you're doing. And I will say this, just like I've said in these meetings before with different departments. Let's just put it this way. It's nothing positive to me to bring examples from other places. That irritates me because they're not in our budget. They're not in our world. They're not in our place. And to bring that example as we should do this because of them is not.
Well, and I'm gonna tell you something, Dennis, me and you buddies, and I love you to death. But the one thing that's irritated me my whole career here is when people say, well, we're Avery County, we don't do it that way. Well, Avery County is the same as every dang other place.
That's not what I'm saying. It's not, we don't do it that way. I'm just saying that we have to work within.
We have to constrain.
But we also have to compete with other
We have to,
places.
we're not that isolated that we can just say we don't have to be competitive.
So my thought on that, again, going back to where I was, so two people maybe not doing the same job. Let's say Lee gets a job with the SBI, leaves Avery County, and Kevin hires me to be chief detective, or chief deputy, sorry. I don't have the same qualifications, knowledge, and experience that Lee does. I'm not gonna do the job that Lee's doing. So I don't deserve to make what Lee's making. Two people in the same job, equal job title doesn't equal employee.
But
Doesn't mean equal employee.
look at it this way. And here's the way we look at it. If I can hire you and you've already got pepper spray, field sobriety, taser, CIT, I'm saving training you for 4 weeks.
Which is why I'm agreeing with you.
Which is why that's where the increase in the salary should be. In the same respect, where other agencies do pay for different certifications, that helps us. If I can keep my guys, I can retention. I wouldn't have people going to Bannerell, Beach Mountain and stuff like that if I was competitive.
I understand that completely. I agree with you there, because it's a problem to have to go every year or every other year, have to train a brand new deputy every time you come around.
I'm gonna tell you, if it wasn't for Mike Smith, and if you guys see Mike Smith out, you just need to pat him on the back. Because if it was not for Mike Smith, we would have been in such a bind this year. But Mike's dropped everything he's doing to help us and been a reserve officer. We can't even hardly get reserve officers anymore. It's put us in a terrible bind. And I don't see an end to it in the very near future.
And you have to realize this day and time is a little different than it used to be. You don't realize who travels through this county.
No.
It ain't common folk, it ain't local folk that you're worried about, but you gotta realize what travels through.
I guarantee you, you look on our jail books, our
It's
arrest.
a lot more
records, you will
dangerous.
notice, I
It's a lot more
will notice.
dangerous than it used to be.
And here's the other thing that we're having, and we've talked about. Me and Lee are going to start going as far east as nearly Raleigh to BLET classes to try to recruit people out of BLET. That's what we're going to have to actively go up to Raleigh to try to recruit people to get them to come to Avery County to work.
And that's why you have to be competitive.
We have to.
Well, and the three of us, I know, and I'm not sure you have to, Dennis, but
There's so many.
when you're working in the private sector, you don't know what your raise is gonna be next year. It depends on your performance, not just the calendar.
So,
And so I think that having some incentive to, like you said, to be a go-getter is a good thing.
the other thing that Lee really worked hard on was on the education part to it. Besides just the certification, is the education part to this, because in today's world, you have to have people that can write very good reports. You have to have people that can, the technology has gotten so much that when I first started in 1985, there were deputies that could barely read and write. And I wasn't much better than that myself, I'll just be honest. But there were deputies that struggled, okay? Those deputies can't be hired that struggle in reading and writing. Because of the way we have to have our reports done, because of the technology that's out there. They have to be on the cutting edge of knowing how to do things. It's nearly impossible to get a deputy that you can't depend on to be able to write really good reports. So we want to be able to reward them for getting a associate degree, a bachelor degree, a master's degree in criminal justice, and maybe even help give them an incentive to trying to get that education. Because that makes, here's the thing, and I've done this study, get my master's in criminal justice. A high school graduate law enforcement officer is 40 times more likely to get the county into a lawsuit than an officer with a bachelor's degree. 40 times more likely to get the county into a lawsuit than someone with a bachelor's degree. Now, you guys, a bunch of you can speak to this. I actually can speak to this. When you go to the point of getting a bachelor's degree in something, the biggest thing it teaches you, it's not that experience can't teach you how to do your job. The biggest thing getting a degree teaches you is how to make sure that you write well so that you cover your bases. And it teaches you how to think critically. The biggest lacking problem that we have in law enforcement is the lack of critical thinking. And going to school, they beat that into your head when you get your bachelor's or a master's degree. Critical thinking is beat into your head. That's why officers that have a bachelor's degree or above are 40 times less likely to get the county involved in a lawsuit than an officer that just has a high school education. You have to be disciplined if you're going to try to do that while you're working. So those are some of the things that we thought about.
So is your thought process timeframe wise to implement this in the next year's budget, or you want to implement it?
My proposal when we were drawing this up was to ask you to look at implementing it this year. That was before COVID-19.
Well, that's why I'm asking.
I'm not ignorant to the fact that the economic situation we're in, we don't know where it's going, how quick it's going to recover. We don't know. There's so many unknowns. I would never expect you guys to take anything like this as a proposal right now. What I want you to do is don't let this get out of your mind. These proposals get out of your mind. Look at them, be talking about it so that when the ability to do something is available, whether it be mid-year this budget year, whether it be at the next year, whenever it is, that we can sit down and have a discussion and work out and negotiate and figure out what we can do. That's what I'm asking.
Can you do us a favor?
Yes.
You may have already done this and I overlooked it. Do you, who do you have eligible, or how, not who, but how many do you have that would be eligible to be moved forward in this? Do you know?
Move forward in this pay range?
Yeah.
Well,
I'm curious about putting a dollar amount on it.
I don't know. I can do that. I'll do the math.
I would appreciate that.
I will do the math.
I think the incentive, I'm with Tim, it provides incentive for people who are willing to go above and beyond, not just watch the calendar.
I'll be glad to put a dollar figure on that. I didn't.
That would take a little time, I know, but
No, it won't take that long. And to be honest, that's my fault and I probably should.
I can't imagine it will be, not to ever negate a dime of taxpayer dollars, but relative to the budget, I can't imagine it.
It's not gonna be astronomical.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be-
Well, I was looking at your worksheet that you put in here, and I can't get the math to work on that at all.
What's that?
On this sheet that you put of the steps plus the incentives,
Yes.
that don't compute.
Well, I will go
In
back.
other words,
and-
a sheriff, a deputy sheriff at year 2,
Yes.
going to year 4, with a 3% step and a 5% bonus, it's gonna be a lot more than $34,000.
Now that scale, let me, and I might be able to answer the question, that scale is not, that was when we were expecting to get that bonus, not, okay, so the scale itself is how much we're making now. It's not with the 3%. In other words, step 2, how can I say that? That's when we're expecting to get that 3%, that 5%, and that 7%, not that we've added it in.
That's just the normal steps that are there now.
Yeah,
So in other words, this table doesn't tell us anything.
Well, it tells you, okay,
I'm trying to get to Blake's dollar.
yeah, and here's what it looks like. Okay, the first year, if you look at that, there's no color coding on the top of it, okay? See where there's no color?
Yeah.
That's what our pay is now, starting pay, okay? Or was when we done this. Year 2, that is for what the county already bumps it up to. It's 33,280. We're saying that they could get a 3% on top of that. That's why that blue's there. We didn't put that in that figure, okay? Then in years 4, 5, 4, 6, and 8, those are step years where they will be going up step. Those steps are outlined. We're saying that somewhere in those years, we would expect them to get another 5% that they would reach the patrol officer 3. And then in year 10, somewhere between year 10 and year 20, they should be a patrol officer 4 pay. Does that make sense now?
Mhm.
We didn't put that in there.
But what I'm saying is, and I'm trying to get a dollar. Okay, in year 3, they went to year 4, went to step 3, you get 5%. The next year, they're gonna get this, their next step, they're gonna get 5% on top of this 5% that they've already got, right? 5% each year?
No,
no, it'd be a one-time 5%.
one-time 5% bonus. It will just be, we're estimating that somewhere between year 4 of an officer being with the sheriff's office and year 8, they're going to somewhere in that period, they're going to see a 5% increase because they're going to hit all the marks they got to get.
That,
5% increase in what? But then the
A
next year,
5% increase in their salary.
and then what about the next time?
The 5% increase in their salary will be for each additional year,
Yes.
because you said bonus, which is.
Yeah, it should be for a bonus percent, it's percent bonus. It's a 5%, I guess
Stays
instead
with
of
their
bonus, it
salary.
should be a salary adjustment, yes. Does that make,
It
But
does.
they would only get this when they
When they,
deserve it, right? And they've done everything that you've asked them
Exactly.
to do. Then they'll get the percentage.
So like at year 10, you get a 5%, right? But you only get that one time. Am I
Yeah.
right about that? You don't continue getting it every year.
no, once you
No,
say you get
you
that,
just
once you
get
get that, you
But
start,
that 5% stays with you.
you don't go off.
But
the
you don't
next
get another 5% every
No,
single year.
No, not added to it.
We're not
You just
continuing
stay in
either.
that
We're just saying you get it one time,
Yeah,
not every single year.
See, that's
If you
what
go
I-
to year 10, and
But I know where Dennis is coming from, is if you get that 5% in year 4,
Mhm.
in year 5, you're still gonna have that same, that.
5%.
Your salary will be 5%
That's
higher.
gonna be your
Well, you
base.
still got
That's
the,
the base, that's the floor,
you still got the same qualifications.
But
that
you're
elsewhere,
not-
though.
but you're not gonna get anything else other than the step increases, is what I'm saying, until you get to patrol officer 4.
Yeah.
You're more highly qualified, therefore you have a bonus on a boost on your pay.
Exactly,
But what I'm worried about
is the 4.
is this becoming an arithmetic progression. And this, and we're talking, okay, it's only gonna cost us $1,000 for each person this year. Okay, the way I'm looking at this, and I may misunderstand.
No, you're not, I know exactly what you're.
And, okay, then we're getting, next year it's gonna be 37,000 instead of 32. Then, okay, now we're getting the percentage, we're getting a step increase on top of that. So now we're up to this. And then by year 5, you're talking a pretty good amount of money times the department. That's
You are.
what I'm saying.
You are, but here's the
but
offset
you're
to
more
that,
qualified.
is if you get to retain them, then I'm not having to hire somebody that's
That's
going
right.
to spend 4-6 weeks in school getting this training back for the officer that just left because he wasn't getting the money. So I mean, I'm not gonna say it balances out, but there is an incentive for the county to retain qualified employees, but not having to retrain.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, are these steps that you've got right here on this page, these are with none of the incentives that we were talking?
The numbers that you see are with none of our
Yeah,
incentives.
Right,
that's just the county.
They're just the county step increase.
How much does it cost to train a deputy? Approximately.
It depends.
I mean, when you have a new hire.
Along
We
with
don't
the-
hire anyone that is not BLET
Right,
certified.
but for their training and that kind of thing and onboarding.
Okay, you're looking
what
at,
training is for them.
how much is a? I don't
Can I
have
ask
that
the
crunch.
question?
You just ballpark it.
Okay, can I ask a question? So if you hire somebody that's BLAT certified, can they stay on the job without anything else?
No,
Is it?
So they have to go through training?
yes, I require them to go.
Okay, and is that a state law?
No,
That's your rule?
that's my,
Okay. That's all I want to know.
that's my law because I want the best sheriff's office that I
I
can
understand,
possibly.
and I agree, I'm not there, I just want to know from my own.
Does it cost more than $5,000 or more than $2,000 to have
To train a
Train a
deputy, it would cost, to get a deputy to patrol officer 2 would cost at least $1,500, if not $2,000.
All right, and that's,
Because you're paying their salary, plus you've got the expenses of them going out
So-
and getting meals and everything.
so the base salary of a deputy sheriff at year 10 is $38,929. 5% of that is roughly $1,900. So you can either have a 10-year with all those qualifications and spend that $1,900, or you can spend that $1,900 training a brand new green. Right?
Just to get.
That's what I say, dude.
Am I wrong there?
No, no.
If you get somebody a drug screen.
I'm just doing 5% of that. If the base is just under 40, let's just say it's 40, round it up. 5% is $2,000. That's where I came up with that $2,000. So you can have,
We will spend $2,000 getting a new deputy,
outfitting probably.
medical, physicals, drug test, and one primary set of uniforms.
So you can put that into a green one, or you can put that into a.
Well, now, Kevin, let me ask you something. Why this person is trying to move up and stuff and has to go to school. And they're there, how do you feel his position position while he's doing that? Do you have to bring somebody in or
We use reserve officers.
you use your reserve officer?
Mhm.
And then once they get trained, you don't have to call the reserve officer.
And something else, I don't know if we pointed out or not, Sheriff, but we're not starting this until they're with us a year. So they have to give us a year of service before we start giving any.
Well, I don't blame you, because somebody comes in and they're
In that first year of service, what
Increases
kind of training?
Yes.
I mean, I know it's where you're coming from, and I understand where you're coming from. Because has that taken such a big loss?
Yeah. And what I want to do is we're not really.
Yes.
No doubt about that.
But it's.
Yeah.
We lost 3 last year. There's 3, Shane, Byron, maybe 2.
At least.
Within a month, they was hired, and then within a month, so we probably spent 5,000 on each one of them. For them to be able just to get a job and go somewhere.
It's just the world we live in now.
And I agree with this. I have 2 issues. Like Robert, that one is the math of it is one part. Secondly, I think that'll still happen. You know.
It will, but we always
regardless.
got to be competitive.
And the other thing is, we have this pay plan that we just went through 2 years ago, spent a ton of money on, and then we're going to, in essence, circumvent that in order to implement this.
I think you're adding to that.
This will be in addition to that.
Okay, then what about,
I don't think it's circumventing.
what about the other departments? I mean, you know,
Well,
I'm just saying,
there's,
it's hard.
Dennis, here's my answer to you on that. I'm not the head of public works.
I know you.
I'm the
We
sheriff.
are.
And so I advocate for deputies and detention officers and detectives.
Yes, and we try to look.
You gotta look at the broad picture. And I understand that, but how many of your other employees do you give a gun, a taser, and a pursuit vehicle?
And who puts that employee?
I mean, there's a huge difference.
Every day that he steps out, he's taking a chance on his life being.
I mean, I'm not diminishing,
And other
I'm not
people's lives
diminishing,
not
when
in
Philip
danger.
Marrier was the tax assessor, I'm not diminishing that role in the least. That takes a lot of work, that is really, but his life was not at risk very often,
That's right.
okay? My job is to advocate, number one, if I had 14 dozen people in 2008, when I was sheriff, I had like 8 people that was on reserves. I had more people than I could shake a stick. I had no problems. 3 if I'm lucky.
We can't get, well, my commission only won't work with it.
Now then, we've had 2 positions. We've had 1 position open for over a year. We've had 2 positions for the last 8 months. And I've got maybe 2 reserve officers that'll come in and work when we call them. That situational change is what demands a difference. Okay? When the situation changes, county may look and say, hey, we need to cut this back. They've got more people than they can stand. They got people waiting in line to be there.
You really expect me to think that this will be cut back?
Not in my lifetime.
There you go. Thank you.
I'll be honest, not in my lifetime. But I'm saying, but it's not me that controls the budget. You guys may want to cut it back.
But you know
Well,
what?
we might have to, because now, right, this year, you can say that us doing the budget is gonna be better than next year.
I hope not.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, your hire's white and mine's hire's white. We didn't get that.
I know. I'm hoping next year we
Well,
will be in
yours
a
is
really good.
brown right now.
I hope so. I'm
Do
a
you have
positive.
as big a turnover now in the jail as you used to have?
We lost 2 for
I lost 1 to Dollar General.
See, ain't that something?
They paid you more. They paid you more to go to Dollar General.
Okay, let's say this scale stays like it is right now, but we do implement the incentive increase. Will that help you hire?
I think it will. I can't make any guarantees.
Well, I know, I'm not gonna say, in your professional opinion.
In my professional opinion, I think it makes us more competitive in the market. And that's what we gotta be. We've
Yeah,
gotta
I
be
agree.
competitive in the market.
I agree with that.
Can you give us some
Numbers.
numbers, a budget
I
number?
will.
I mean,
I'll have that to Cindy and Philip and Ashley to give to you guys within a week.
I'm gonna throw this out.
And again, guys, you guys have been great to us. I know, I'm not, like Martha said, mine, her hair, both white, we just done fell out. I know that this is a time that none of us ever expected to be in. And I'm not here saying, hey, we need a lot of money, we need a lot of money. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, please keep this in your mind so that if times turn, if the economy picks up the way I hope it does, and I'm an optimist, I'm an eternal optimist, okay? I really do believe that the foundation of our economy is really strong, okay? And I believe as soon as we turn loose of things, we're going to see an economic boom.
I hope so.
That's my thing. I also believe in my heart of hearts that Avery County is going to be looked at all over the state of North Carolina as a place that they want to come build a house because of the job that we've done throughout this dang situation. Yes. I really believe that people are saying, we need to take a second look at this county here. And I think we're going to see second homes getting built as soon as the economy.
So I'm gonna say this, I'm in favor, generally speaking, I wanna see some numbers, but generally, I think it's a good thing.
And again,
I don't think we can do it right now. I think between COVID, between having an interim finance officer who's trying to get her feet wet, and not having a pay, she's having to do 2 jobs right now. She's having to be payroll and, but now's not the time, but I think if we come back to this about September, October, hit this,
I'm going to tell you
I
this.
think you get us some numbers, and
Yeah.
I think it's something to think about.
I want to tell you this. Ashley has been phenomenal. To work with.
She's awesome.
I just want to tell you,
I agree with
for
that.
me to come and work with her through this budget stuff, she's been phenomenal. And I just want to give her kudos because she has had she's been thrown in a whirlwind.
Yes.
But I think you guys have the most cohesive, talented group of people in your administration running this county right now I've ever seen.
But now she did say that she could stand one more job there, right? She went over there and did what she wanted.
And by the way, you people that ain't great, I think you're using dye, so we'll put that out there.
He says he ain't using that.
Well,
I'd rather it be white.
Well, I will say
I have never done.
and even Blake said it, when we come through the door, when we did work on the budget a little bit, a week or 2 ago, that it was the best budget, that we've not had to tear it off in pieces. It's already been.
We really worked hard at, I want to work hard at giving you what I think is a good and fair budget. I don't fluff it. And I never have. We've got in some really good arguments in times past.
But never
And that's
mind
fine,
lines.
discussion.
Give me those-
Good old discussion.
give me those apps that don't confuse them when they're looking through the.
Running over our
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
All right, we got to,
We're done.
we done?
Oh, yeah, we're way over.
All right,
So
Get
let's,
us some numbers.
That's all right.
We'll do it.
recess for about 20 minutes.
okay.
And, we will not be live streaming during this time. They'll see us, but it will be, the audio, well, no, they won't see us either. The audio and video is gonna be muted until we come back from
Back
recess
to-
and we take a little break.
Nobody
Okay.
wants to watch us eat.
So yours is fine with your proposals. Okay,
Wash that is easier.
all right, let's recess for
That was
about
easier than
20
last year.
minutes. And
Well, This has been
I'm gonna say who.
No,
But he did.
They're trying to talk about my family.
Okay, all right. we're on.
How much they're costing us.
I didn't
All
think-
All right,
Well-
manager, we're on, so let's get the work going. All right, we appreciate the school being here with us, and we got your budget, and whoever wants to start out, tell us the things you need or want, will please.
I'll be glad to kick us off. At first, I just want to say thank you very, very much to each of you, not only for your tremendous support and your leadership here in Avery County for the school system, but also during this COVID-19 crisis. And, your actions and County Manager Barrier's actions have left the safety of our students, our citizens, and everyone throughout Avery County in the forefront of your decision-making process. So I just salute you for a job well done. It's a relief to know that you all took aggressive strategies up front to protect your citizens. It shows in the data and the results. So we very much appreciate that. This COVID-19 has been something unlike anything else we've seen in public schools. And it's left a lot of question marks about what the future holds for us in education, as outlined in the cover letter that we gave to you. But we just remained very positive and basically planned ahead as if kids are going to return this coming fall. And we're looking at school calendar options that have changed. The North Carolina General Assembly created a COVID response kit through 2 bills, one coming out of the House, one coming out of the Senate. They were approved May 3rd, which basically changed the structure of school calendars. We're working through that right now, but we're planning as business as usual, and we're getting prepared for about 2,000 kids to re-enter the system as early as the last week of July. And I think if we were to survey our parents and our students today, we would probably be pushing close to 100% of those individuals want to get back in school. People want some kind of normalcy. Our auxiliary services, or our operational aspects of our school district, have done an amazing job delivering meals to our citizens, our students and our families, and the instructional outreach has been something I've never seen before. And just the teamwork and the passion, the compassion and commitment that's seen throughout this county is just something that I can't describe in just a short amount of time. It has been unbelievable. So it's an honor to be your superintendent sitting here tonight in my first round with the budgets of the commissioners and with Mr. Jeffries, our CFO, and our board chair, Mr. Green. I'm glad they could join us today. This budget has been developed with no drastic expansions. I do want to make a point of clarification on the capital outlay budget. That list of items is all inclusive. We're expecting basically a status quo budget to operate within that, but we felt the need to share with you all of our needs, including immediate safety items, just as a point of information for you all, future reference. So we did not come here tonight expecting to fully fund all those capital outlay projects. So I wanted to make that clear up front. The expansion item in our current expense is basically targeting pre-K, trying to open up enrollment for all pre-K kids who want to enter our doors and be served in our pre-K classrooms, such as universal pre-K. So with that said, I want to give you a heartfelt thank you for your continued commitment, not only to the school system, but to this county as a whole. You're in a thankless position. You don't get thanked every time you're in the grocery store, but you are charged to make some pretty important decisions that determine the future of this county. And as your superintendent, I really appreciate you and your commitment to every department throughout the county, especially serving the children and giving us the resources. So with that said, Mr. James, do you want to go through some key points in the budgets?
Let me ask one question before we start,
Yes, sir.
if I may, please. You touched on it. And my phone yesterday afternoon was never ending. All I did is talk on the phone from one call to another about your calendar.
Which
I
one?
mean, some kind of upset people. And I would like to know if, what the plans are. If what kind of plans you're making, if you're gonna start in July, if you plan to go 9 weeks off to 9 weeks off to, I would like to know for the record what your plans are.
Sure, and I'm glad you brought that up because it's a complex situation that we've been given. As you all know, the previously approved calendar was an August 6th start date. And that was permitted, it's called an innovative calendar or a non-traditional calendar. And the goal was to get school started so we could finish first semester by Christmas and prepare for the snow that we often experience in January and February. That calendar was approved in February, I think, is when the board gave approval to that calendar. And typically school calendars are approved late winter so people can plan for the summer professional development, summer reading camps, and the start of the school year in August or late July. So we had this August 6th calendar previously approved. What happened May 3rd is the General Assembly stuck in some stipulations, basically making that calendar null and void. So we have to go back to the drawing board. That's where we're at right now. So in that new law, they give boards of education basically 4 options for school calendars. The first one is an August 17th start date. That's called the traditional calendar. That would be kids coming back August 17th, starting the 9 weeks with minimal, if any, extended breaks with the exception of Thanksgiving prior to Christmas break. So that's a pretty long haul, that 3.5 months with no breaks. The second semester is pretty consistent to the first one with the exception of a spring break at Easter for that traditional calendar. We'd still get out about the last week of May. We would start August 16th and still get out before the first week of June. The second option is something considered a year-round calendar. And within that title of year-round calendar, there are 3 options boards can consider. The first option they gave us is a 5 9-week calendar. Right now we have a 4 9-week calendar. They said if you go to school another 9-week period during the summer and then add the 4 weeks and basically have a rotation. Some kids would be in that 5th 9 weeks in the summer, some would not, which you know what that would do to summer break? It would destroy it. So that's a year-round calendar. We determined that would not be good for Avery County, even to create a sample version of that calendar. The second version would be a track calendar, which you split the schools up or our student body up into 4 groups and you alternate them throughout the summer months too. So our schools would be split up into 4 specific tracks. Some would be in school for a 9-week period, some would be out. Some would be in school for a 9-week period, and some would be out. That would be a childcare nightmare for us. It'd be hard to keep up. It'd be very difficult to keep up. Some districts have expedited that kind of school structure when buildings are overcrowded and they don't have the funds to replace buildings. They can use the same building and serve multiple groups of kids over a period of the calendar year. That was not conducive. So the third option is something called a 45-15 calendar. Kids show up, they go to school 45 days, which is a 9-week period, and then they're out 2 weeks for a 2-week break. They come back for the second 9 weeks, they get out for Christmas break, which would be a little more than 2 weeks. Students would show back up the first week of January, not January 1st, but the first week, start third 9 weeks, or our high schools would start that second semester, go to school 9 weeks, and then be out 2 weeks for spring break. Come back and conclude the school year with that fourth 9 weeks and still be out the last week of May and have 2 months for summer break. And that's the misunderstanding. The kids would still get 2 months, June and July off for summer. So there's a lot of misinformation. Just the mere title of it being year-round scares people.
Yeah.
And that calendar option, along with the tradition, is what our Board of Education is looking at right now, and where I'm getting feedback.
Is that the traditional calendar start date? Is that going to be a reality, or do you have any idea?
Well, we're collecting feedback right now from our parents, students, staff members, and other citizens. We did a video today explaining what I just said to you all today, and we're fixing to go out with a survey.
But how are you going to get feedback from people when they don't, little 50% of the people, student population in Avery County have access to reliable internet?
Well, we're doing it several ways. We're going online right now with students being able to access the survey. We're still developing the survey right now. It'll be 10 to 15 questions right now. This just happened this week. Our Board of Education just got this information Tuesday night, folks. So it just got laid in our lap. We were unclear until they gave us clarity on what justifies the non-traditional calendar. So you all are just like the general public. It's a new process for us. So we're in the process of collecting feedback. It took us a week to develop these calendars that fit that criteria. So that 9x2 calendar per se is very similar to what we've done, except there's a 2-week fall break and a 2-week spring break. There's some misunderstanding about it being called a year-round calendar. Kids still get out 2 months in the summer for summer programs and camps and so forth.
How you getting around the House Bill 704 that says you can't start before August 17th?
See, that's a stipulation. If we have a year-round calendar, this fits that exception.
Yeah, that's.
With those other 2 examples, they gave us 3 ways to start before August 17th, and that's one.
Mark has not software in the state anymore.
Yeah.
That's the history, you know, the history of that.
Ultimately, we've operated the last 2 years with the innovative calendar starting in early August. And the way we were doing that was there was technically a loophole in the law. It didn't completely define year round, it just simply said that there was instruction happening every month of the year. And our summer program with the Y and 4-H satisfied that. So we could say we were an innovative year-round school, and that allowed us to step outside of August 19th. With this law, they tightened that definition. And so as Dr. Brigham says, they gave us 3 specifics. And so what we've done is we've taken the one that we felt would work in Avery County if that's what the public and the district felt like would work. So that we could continue starting earlier so that we don't, because it's been joked that, it snows every month, or it has snowed every month in Avery County, but I've not seen snowflakes in August in my life that I recall. And so getting to school in August, early in August, that's time that we know that we're not going to miss instruction.
If we did again, like Dr. Brigham said, we're really reaching out to the community to see. We're not just going to make this a unilateral decision. If it does come back that a lot of people are interested in doing the so-called year-round calendar, which is really not year-round, we're starting a little over a week before we did this past year. It sounds like that's what we're going to, again, we're going to go all the time, but it's really a week, plus they'll be getting really 3 extra weeks during the year for that 1 week. We'll be doing.
How's that going to work with teachers' pay?
It doesn't change teachers' pay.
But they'll be working more days.
The 2-week breaks, the 2 weeks it falls the last week of September, first week of October, then sometime in March. Those are 3 of those 4 weeks, teachers are not working. So it's not, they're not coming into work. So they're just getting their summer break broken down earlier.
They have the same number of contracted days. And if we do anything within that first week of that 2-week intersection, there would be a pay above and beyond through a stipend.
Yeah, we could offer summer school. The way I look at it is we're going to take what we typically would do in the summer, and we're going to break it up and have 2 weeks of that summer happen during the school year. And in doing so, we could offer programs in late September, in March, where we could do some things before we get to the end of the year and the testing occurs. So we could actually be working with students during the year and offer teachers an opportunity to make some extra money rather than the ones who already have obligations in the summer and aren't able to help us in our summer school program. Now, to go back to your question there, Woody, we're working on the survey. We're trying to, we're scrambling. We're trying to get this done as quickly as possible. And I realize not everyone has access to the internet, and we've discussed that. What we've talked about is also the possibility of utilizing the meal delivery program on the buses, where what we could do, we're delivering packets to families now. So we could actually have a paper survey that could be sent home to those families that don't have access to the internet. So we're trying to come up with ways to do this so that we can get as many people and get to them and get that information back to us. There's not going to be a perfect solution, especially with what we're dealing with COVID. It would be wonderful if we could have, community meetings, town halls, bring people together, but with the congregate limitations, we just can't do that.
How will it affect like
Postal service.
But the problem, or my concern with the postal service is, I have actually sent items from my office, and it's taken 3 weeks to get across town before, so I would be concerned, and you know, we've got a short amount of time to actually have something done and a decision made. So I'm not gonna say we'll rule that out, so that would be a concern of mine as we get it mailed out. It might be some people would get it in 2 days and some people might get it in 2 weeks. And but we're going to try everything we can to get as much information out.
And the vast majority have Facebook. I don't, I'm one of the ones that Avery County probably doesn't have. But even those that don't have access to the internet per se, they do have, almost everybody has a smartphone or access. Now, I'm not saying everybody does, but the vast majority do, and they will be able to access it that way too.
We have said the phrase many times in this room over the last little bit, there's no good solution. And so we can empathize.
One thing that we're looking at, bottom line, is we're trying to figure out, and this is our go-to, is what's going to be best for kids. If it's best for kids to, again, one thing that we were looking at, if that's the case, and we're, as Dr. Brigham said, we just got this, so we're juggling it to see, okay, which is better, is that being able to intervene in September or 1st of October going to be beneficial than waiting till summer school? If kids are behind at that point, we can get them caught up early and have 3 9-week sessions left to help them to do that, instead of let them struggle all year and then say, okay, now you got to go to summer school. There's a possibility that we can get them up. So, I mean, that's just one consideration of it. And there's a whole lot to consider, and pros and cons to each, and we're weighing them out. And that's why we're reaching out to the community to say,
You don't think that, especially for younger children, go 9 weeks and be off 2, that when they go back the next 9 weeks, that they'll be lost. It'd be just like starting the school year all over.
I'll respect and disagree, because those kids that may have that loss would have access to extended learning opportunities while they're out that first week too. They do it. Christmas break's a good example of that. I mean, we've been doing it at Christmas break. There's always a review when they get back to kickstart them again. You're right. Some kids may experience just a little bit because they don't touch a book while they're going 2 weeks. But our goal is to provide them ongoing opportunities, for example, through the distance learning. We're required now within these calendars, either one of them to build in 10 remote learning days. And so they've handed us a nugget here. The General Assembly is basically handing us a nugget to utilize these remote learning days to make up for snow days, which will actually help us remain consistent with our calendar and not get into that 2-week period in the spring. What we also are required to do is test all rising 4th graders within the first 10 days of school. We have to give them an indicator to determine where they are. And what we have to do with that indicator is then set up groups of kids for immediate services to try to recover some academics. So expect our teachers to capture 5 months of kids being out of school within a first grading period. That's a daunting task for our educators. So if we can build an end to this first 9 weeks and maybe set something up for those most struggling learners that first week of that 2-week session, and I'm just thinking hypothetically, this is what we could possibly do, because if we have all kids on grade level and they don't need it, then we wouldn't have to utilize any of that 2-week time. But it gives us that opportunity. If students, parents, and kids, parents, and students want to take advantage of that extended learning opportunity, that's theirs that week in advance, instead of waiting and expecting teachers to do triage and recovery and not stopping to train for the other kids. So this is I'm an advocate of it. I'm an advocate of either one of the calendars, but the one that's going to build in that recovery time for all of our kids to access is that 9x2.
Will it affect like cafeteria, bus staff? Is it going to affect them in any adverse way?
Our operational staff, specifically our bus drivers, would not be off they would not be paid that 2-week period unless we ran buses that first week. And we've talked about that. It would be student driven to see how many students would need those services.
And then just piggyback on that, one of the things that this new law does is it requires that we have 5 additional days in the calendar that we've never had before. Ultimately, the state has had a 185-day school calendar. This calendar across the state is going to be 109. So there will be 5 additional days of work in this calendar. And so for the bus drivers, while they're going to have some points in time where, you know, you got a 2-week intercession, unless we're running buses for intervention program, they're probably not going to be working. But in the whole year, their total salary will actually more than likely be more, because there'll be 5 additional days in the total year that we didn't have in the past. Now, I know that doesn't help when it's like at the end of the month and there's more monthly money. And we're looking at ways that we might be able to take the bus drivers and put them on what we call a modified salary plan. That's what we've done with our cafeteria staff. You know, they're an hourly employee, but we know we anticipate them to work this many days during the year, this many hours a day. So this is your total estimated salary for the year. Well, we'll just go ahead and break that up into 10 equal payments. And then when we get to the end, we reconcile if we have to. We've talked about that possibility with the bus drivers so that they can have hopefully a more steady, guaranteed stream of income. I don't know if we can make that work. There's a lot more, you know, when you get into it. I know Ashley can probably tell you payroll. There's a lot of things that, you know, you think you can do it, and when you get in there, your hands get tied. But we'll work toward that. You know, it's something new, something that we've just been given. And Dr. Brigman said this earlier today, and I'm a full believer in it. You know, we could have easily just said, okay, they've held us to it. We got to start August 17th and just be done with it. But then what would happen 3-4 months from now when someone said, you know, I went back and was looking at that House Bill 704 or Senate Bill 704, and there was an opportunity in there for you to do something different. Why didn't you let us know? So I think it's, you know, it would be negligent of us not to at least say these are the options.
Our hills aren't dug in. Again, brand new information. We're barely just got it to be able to share it with you all. So we're just reaching out to see what possibilities are. And of all those, we did narrow it down to 2 that were feasible for us. A lot of them absolutely would not work for us, but those 2 options, of all those options, 2 seem viable.
Quick point of order. We're not really noticed for a scheduled discussion. We're noticed for a budget discussion. We're off by what we're noticed for. This is.
I know, I've got one more question. Dr. Bergman, did you not try this where you just came from?
No, sir. Not March, Macon County, North Carolina, years ago.
I'm just trying to keep us on track because this is, we're not noticed for schedule, we're noticed for budget. And that's not really our realm anyway.
All right, let's get into the budget.
Right, so the packet that we prepared for you tonight should be familiar to all of you. This is I can't remember how many years now we've been coming, or I've been coming before you as the finance officer. It's been about 20 years, 15 years as finance officer. We've tried to maintain the format. We've tried to maintain our presentation to a standard so that, you know, we're not trying to pull anything over your eyes. We just make it simple, make it short. So if we want to look at it, you know, we have a cover letter in there for you that kind of sums it up. And I won't insult you by reading that, and you can read it yourself. But you know, that basically just tells it like it is. So we get into the actual budget summary, and our total estimated budget for next year, our local budget would be a little more than $5.8 million. Presently, 4.7 million of it is the amount that you graciously have given us in the previous fiscal year. We are asking for you to consider a $70,000 increase in that allocation. Dr. Ribbons alluded to what that's for. I'll talk about it here in just a moment. And then you can see that we do have other funds that come into the county. We have grant funds, we have other revenue sources, ROTC, our NC pre-K program. You know, the timber sales from the Pisgah Forest are included in that number. So That's where we get a total budget of $5.8 million. That $5.8 million is broken down for you in a summary format so that you can see this is where we're spending our money. This is how we budget. This is where it would go. So 26% of that $5.8 million would go into the cost of salary, specifically to pay 46.23 employees. I know it's hard to say, how do you have a 0.23 employee? Well, some employees would be funded through state or federal funds, but not 100% because of the job they do. The portion of their job would be funded through a state or federal allocation, but then there's a local part that we would have to cover. Out of the budget, 30% is going toward benefits. And you all are well versed with, you know, a position is much more than just what the person takes home. There's a part that we have to cover. And so 30%. We get down to our utilities, you know, water, when I talk to people about our light bill, it blows their minds. But when you start talking about the square footage, the number of buildings that we maintain, you know, so 16% of our budget goes into utilities, and that's fuel, natural gas, water, our network that we utilize within the county so that we have internet across all schools. Our risk management, you know, that's a very important part of our budget, but it's a minimal part of our budget, only 5%. When we step on over, the remainder of the budget would be what would be listed in other. And I know other is a very ambiguous term, but you know, there are other things that we have to deal with outside of people and utilities. And you know, so we have professional development, we have travel, transportation, communications, licensing. You can see that. And I've tried to break it down, and you know, we've talked about this several years. I've tried to give it to you in as much detail without putting it in a way that you get lost in the weeds. So that it's just, you know, very short, very simple. And then when you come down to the next section of this summary, the pink section, summary by program and function. This is where a lot of times I'll get questions like, well, how much money do you spend on this program? And this is where you can kind of go to find those programs. So, you know, how much of our local budget is going into instructional services? Well, about $133,000 of the total budget goes into instructional services. That's classroom. And we've always said, your role as a commission primarily is to fund buildings and boilers. The state's point is classrooms. So we're not putting a great deal of local money into the classrooms. We're taking our state money to do that because our state money, we can't fund the building. We can't fund the boiler. You know, we can't fund our activity buses with state money. You know, it's very specific where we can put state money in. Federal money is even more specific. And we do get audited every year on that. And if we don't do it accurately, they'll fine me. And I personally do not want to wear an orange jumpsuit every day. So we try to manage their funding according to the allocations and the regulations that are given to us. So you can go down and you can see, well, the central office, driver's ed, child nutrition, how much is allocated to the operation of the plant. Each of those areas are listed there by program. And then just so that you'll have this information, you can see in those programs how much of it is people versus how much of it is stuff. Because there again, that's those questions as a commissioner, I'm sure that you get asked, you're in the grocery store, well, how much money are y'all putting into X, Y, and Z? So I just want to make sure that you have that information. Because not only do you need to know it, you need to be able to look at someone in the eye and say, I know what they're doing. We've had that meeting. I've got that information. I may not have all the details, but I know enough where I can tell you yes. And I hope that you understand that if you don't feel like that, you're always welcome to call. Our doors are open. I've always had a policy of being transparent. So, right. Then there's a dark line. You'll see below that is grant funds. These are pass-through funds. This is where that other revenue comes from. And so this is money that's coming to us. It's not a state allocation. It's not a federal allocation. that we're drawing down from those accounts. It's actually money that comes directly to us for a specific purpose. And we can't take that money and do anything else with it. We get money from the Army for ROTC. We cannot take that money and use it, you know, to go buy basketballs for the high school. It has to be for ROTC. Right? So that's it in a nutshell. That's the summary. Now, something I want to make you aware of. I always try to give you a little bit of insight as to when we put this budget together, what did we face? What did we look at? What have we done? Is there anything that's significantly changed? And within our budget, and I think, as again, you all face the same thing. Benefits go up every year. The cost of people go up every year. Now, we don't anticipate, with everything that we're dealing with COVID, for the state to issue any type of raises. You know, and our salaries, even the local salaries, are dictated through General Assembly. They tell us, you will give a 2% raise, you will do a 1% this, you will do a one-time bonus. And whether it's local money or state money, we're obligated to do that. We don't anticipate that this year. You know, maybe things will change. Hopefully I'm wrong. I would really love to be able to look at our staff and say, hey, I know it's been 5 years since you got a raise, but guess what? It came in this year, but I'm really doubtful. But the one thing that we do know is our retirement. Hold on, I'm sorry. Our retirement benefit increased 8.8% this year. We went from having to match 19.7% of the salary, we're going to have to match 21.44% of the salary and send it to the state for our workers who are full time. Our health insurance has increased 5.4%, almost a little over $300 a person. And when you employ $300 a person adds up very quickly. Now, I know we don't employ 350 people with local dollars. We only have 46 of those with local dollars. But when the state allotment comes down, they don't say, oh, health insurance went up, so we're going to give you extra money. We're bound to figure out how do we absorb that increase. Our total increase of benefits this year, $189,000. We've absorbed that. We're not asking the county to help us with the cost of living increase. One of the other things that COVID-19 specifically has done, we have already been told we have lost a position. One of our instructional support positions that we were anticipating has been removed from the budget. That's a $75,000 lick. And instructional support, that's media, that's guidance, that's nurses. You know, it's not that we have them running everywhere. We have a very small number of them. And it's one of those things, it's like, well, how do we manage that? Well, we're not going to ask you to cover it. We're going to absorb that. But in doing so, there's been about $265,000 in our budget that we've absorbed. Technically, because of that absorption, it's really a cut. Because we're going to have to find the money from somewhere. Tim Green used to say, you know, the pie is only so big. Well, the pie is only so big, and that one slice has gotten bigger, so somebody else's slice has gotten smaller. We're not asking you to give us a bigger pie, except for one thing, and that is universal pre-K, $70,000 increase. What we anticipate, our initial estimate, is the total cost of the pre-K programs, the 5 classrooms that we have in the county. We will be approximately $70,000 short from what we will generate from the state. And what we're asking is, instead of having to turn people away because they don't qualify for the state funding, we'd like to open the doors for any child that's 4 years old. And in order to do that, we'll need a little extra money. So $70,000. So it ends up being a 1.5% increase over last year's allocation.
Where are those 5 classrooms?
The 5 elementary schools. So there's one in every elementary school.
Cross one.
Riverside,
So if the enrollment increases, will you possibly have to add one somewhere? I mean, if you go at people, I'm just probably people came in over an abundance. Are you going to be?
That would be a decision the board would have to address if we, We can, with the 5 classrooms, we can hold 90 students. Our general kindergarten population is somewhere between 120 to 140 annually. So it is, if everybody came in, it is possible that 5 classrooms wouldn't hold them. Historically, we've not seen those, in several years, we've not seen since our enrollment has declined.
As of Wednesday, we're 59.
Yeah, we have 59 that have come in and applied for a slot. So we're a little over 2/3 of the way there. So that's the operating budget in a nutshell. Okay. In the back.
Can I ask you a quick question there on that, on the operating budget? I know it's early and I know you probably don't have a real picture of this yet, but do you anticipate any surplus from not having school for the last 3 months of the year or whatever it was, or 2 months? And I imagine it can't be much because most of the money goes to people, I know. But supplies, things like that, are you anticipating any surplus or is it just too early to get?
I would hate to, that's a good question. I hate to venture out and actually give you a definitive because.
I assume it's too early.
But, 88% of our total budget is in salaries. So, there's a 12% margin there that's not people. And the majority of our funding is spent early in the year because it takes a lot of money to get school started. And and I'm thankful that, we have a fund balance, you all have a fund balance. We're obligated by the LGC to maintain a certain percentage so that we have cash flow. Because, the way you all provide us our funding is you take the $4 million, divide it by 12, and Tim and Ashley graciously remember to put that in there so that the deposit's made. But what happens is the expenses in July, August, September, October far exceed the allocation that we get that month. And I'm sure that's the way, you're all waiting for tax day, waiting. So people wait to the last minute to write that check because I'm one of them. But, it's nice to have that. But so a large portion of our budget has already been expended before the March 16th shutoff. The other thing is, I'm happy to say, with the leadership of these men, we have not officially laid anyone off. Everyone that had a full-time job is still working. Now, unfortunately, substitute teachers, if that's the only thing that they did, they were waiting on the phone call to come in. Unfortunately, they've not been at work because there's no one to sub for. But our teachers, our TAs, our cafeteria staff, our bus drivers, everybody has the opportunity to work up to the amount of hours that they normally would work and continue to receive a paycheck. So that money is still going out. Now, we have seen some expense that we weren't anticipating because of having to order masks, gloves, face protection, the sanitation, our disinfectant spray that we maintain. And we already had it, but we're using it a whole lot more than we were. I have a good feeling where we are financially. I'm still sleeping at night. That's a good thing for me. And so I don't believe we're going to be clamoring at the end, how are we going to make it? But I don't believe we're going to be clamoring at the end, what are we going to do with all this money?
I was just curious as to how that might affect it, and I understand most of your money goes to personnel.
Presently 88% of our total
That's
budget
just
goes to
the
personnel.
case of any organization, most of it goes to people.
So that's the operating budget. What's going to say there at the end is the detail, the line by line detail with the budget codes and individual line item amounts that add back to the summary. So if you want to dig into the weeds, feel more than free to do that. And if you have questions concerning anything, my door is open. You've got my cell number, you got my email address, you know where I live.
And that includes calendar questions.
Yeah.
On the same
Calendar questions.
note, everything that was scheduled capital wise to be done is still going as intended.
Yes, I gave the report this week to the board, as I have been doing every month. We presently have about 70%, 75% of our total projects are either completed or underway. We do have a few that we're still waiting on some contractors to get off of other jobs so that they can come in. But those were primarily the ones we knew that it was going to be the summer months before we could do them anyway. We have been able to start a few of them early now that school is shut down. Because we're not having to wait until June for the kids to be out of the building. So we've got a few extra ones moving early, but we are moving right along with their projects. I feel good about where we are this year with their projects. We're much further this year than we were last year. Last year, we got bogged down in several things, and we carried a lot of work into July, but we tried to stay on top of it this year.
I'm just curious, I was just kind of curious as to how COVID had affected, I mean, the biggest check we write to the schools, so.
COVID's not really affected our capital program, other than we do have a few contractors that it slowed down the supply chain, electricians and the like. So, but I do want to say, we have a record. It's been something on their radar for a couple of years, and we have a record, and that record has a horn. And everybody in our office knows that record has a horn. And I'm sure if you'll come by the office one day and ask Brian King about the records I heard it had a horn, he'll show you. They are proud of that record. It is a very nice machine. Thank you so much for your patience with us as we went through the process of trying to get something together. And it did take time to get it built because it was custom built. They don't have them sitting on the showroom floor. They have to build them as they're ordered. But we are proud to say it is in our possession. It is basically.
It'll serve us for the next 30 to 45 years.
Yes, sir. Now, your question is a good segue into the second part of the budget. That's the capital program. What we've done is we have scared Mr. Barry.
And five commissioners.
And 5 commissioners.
I don't think scares.
But, and I apologize.
There's some bird
There's
places.
some- But, in the past, we've always wanted to present to you the entire need. So that you, because, again, I believe in transparency. Dr. Phil says something those that have nothing to hide. I truly believe that. But, I want you, and what we want is we want you to know this is what has been presented. This is what has been requested. This is the needs that are seen by our staff. Because when you get in the grocery store and someone says, well, whatever happened to such and such project? And you're like, what project? Well, the principal said that they turned that in. Did you all? And I don't want you to be caught off guard. I want you to be able to say, yes, that was on the list. I do remember that. But, we're having to work through funding. We can't pay for everything, but we know about it. So we've given you everything. This is what the $2.5 million that was presented this year from our staff that came to us. It is in priority order. And the first section, the annual obligations, those are the things that are on the capital program every year that we roll through. The safety issues, we went through all of the items that the schools presented to us, and we flagged the ones that are of concern about safety, and we've pulled them out separately. And then you've got each school or each program and what's remaining in their priority order. And I know you don't have $2.5 million. But I want you to know that's the need. And, we talked about in one of our prior meetings about a capital improvement plan, a 5-year plan. You need to know, we talked, we're presently, moving with the Crossmore Roof project. We told you that 5 years ago, that was coming. This is another way that we could say, hey, here are some things that, we really need to be concerned about it. Maybe it's not a pressing issue today, but within the next 3 to 5 years, this is probably something that we're really going to have to discuss. And it may be something that's outside of the normal range of what we typically deal with, like the Crossmore project, like the air conditioning project at Avery Middle School. like the renovation now at the high school, things that you all need to be aware of.
On that note, if it's a serious thaw, or if it has traction, if we're gonna have kids in school in July, August, this air conditioning at Avery Middle School needs to be top priority. That building gets hot in September, I've been in it. It gets hot in September. If we're gonna have kids in school in July and August, that needs to be top of the list. That's my opinion.
And it is on the list. It's under the Avery Middle section. It didn't get pulled out as a safety issue because technically it's more of a comfort issue than it, I mean, and we can argue about it. We can agree to disagree. And I talked to someone today about that. I said, I have mixed feelings. But at the end of the day, if it's a code violation, it's an electrical issue that someone could lose their life because of negligence in that area, or someone's uncomfortable because it's, 80 degrees in the building. You're gonna have to weigh that, and it's a very difficult thing to weigh out. It's a very,
Might be a detriment to learning more than anything.
right. So,
We have an obligation.
so it is an important issue. It really is. And so that's why we need you to see it. We need you to know it's there so that you can have an educated discussion about what should be.
I know this is minute, but you think about kids going to school in July and August. Some of those kids spend a lot of time on a bus. If they're not air conditioned on that bus, can you imagine how miserable they would?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, and I don't know that all buses, especially old ones, don't have air conditioning on them. I know. But that's even an issue that you can, you can know your windows down, but still, when it's 85, it is different.
And that is a concern that we've actually was brought to us today. So this is the program. This is the need.
I'm speaking for one commissioner. I think that needs to be tied to whatever y'all decide. That's y'all's decision on the calendar. That's not our purview. But I think tied with that needs to be air conditioning at every middle school. I think it needs to be tied together. That's my
That was a consideration we talked about, Blake, when we were talking, even considering the earlier starting date was the heat in middle school.
I've been in there in September, and it's especially like around the library when that afternoon sun's hitting, it is not.
I've slept there several times.
Oh, yeah.
But those needs are represented. The dollar amounts are listed. We're at the mercy of the commission when it comes to what can we do, because it comes to, you hold the purse string. So, I don't want to hide anything. I didn't want to just, willy-nilly lay it aside. It's there.
I see I'm sorry, but I see a Cranberry Middle HVAC replacement, $210,000. And then you look back and how bad is it?
At Freedom Trail Cranberry, what we have is the original system. The building is what, 25 years old. We have one unit. It's got two units. It has one unit was primary unit, one unit was a redundant system that was a backup. The backup system is dead. It's gone. And we actually brought someone in 2 years ago to look at it, see if we could revive it. And they said we'd be better off just to, use it as a big paperwork. The second system, the one that's presently operating, is operating at about 70% capacity. So technically, in the total system, we're operating at about 30%, but it was really designed only to use one system at a time. So we're operating about 70%. And if that system goes down, it's not a simple matter of going and pushing the red button to reset it. Those days are gone. It's going to take, we have to call a tech out of Knoxville. We've got travel time. They come in, they look at the problem, they assess the situation. They don't have to part on the truck because it's an old system. We'll need to call, get something from Chicago.
Johnson's Control.
Yeah, you're familiar with that.
Yeah, let's
Let's
don't talk about that.
So it could be that the system is down for a day or two before we can bring it back up. But But it is functioning. It's better than nothing.
Right.
But that's why it's in there, is it's a replacement system.
Okay, and on this same line, I mean, just like this 22-year-old heat pump system,
Yes, that new one.
$260,000. Plus, you know, you got 52,000 for upgrade thermostat. I'm assuming that has to be done to get the new system in. I mean, how bad is that? You know,
So at Newland Elementary, as you can see there, let me make sure I get to 52. Right, it's a geothermal system, right? Newland was the first geothermal system we put in. Does a tremendous job in the winter. But what it does require is that you have individual units rather than one primary chiller. So there's 52 units in that building. Again, we are over 20 years old on that. And the lifespan of those units have passed. They're running, they're operating, we're not operating under a failure. But we're just wanting to bring it to your attention, what we have. Because I think if you went to the average person, if I went to Dennis Aldridge and said, Dennis, how do you think the air system at Newland is handled? Most people would think a building of that size, yeah, you have a chiller. And we don't. We have 52 individual units that operate. And at any given time, if you have one go down, you've got a zone in the building that goes down. And they're old, they're antiquated to get the parts, you know, so we want to put that on your radar. It's not that they failed, it's just Murphy's Law.
but it's about time.
You know, they've outlived their commercial life. Now, they could last another 20 years. We could get a new one tomorrow, put it in, and a week later it's dead. You know how that works, but. You know.
So has the state or federal done anything, any funding? I know we got a little money from the state or federal government, with this COVID deal. Have you received any kind of funds from the state or federal?
Not at this point, but it is coming.
We're to share the funds we got.
I'm sure there's probably, is it pretty heavily restricted what can be done with it? I know ours.
Yes. Yeah, it's under its federal guidelines, and there will be a long list of regulations that we have to follow.
Okay. So that's not in the ballgame yet.
No, they're telling me that it'll probably be toward the middle of the end of June before they have all the details to us. So, but that's the capital. And again, we appreciate what you do. I'm proud to say I live here, I work here, and it always does me well when I go off the mountain and I'm at meetings and I'm talking with other finance officers, and I'm like, oh yeah, we sit down with their board of commissioners 2-3 times a year. We eat dinner together, we meet, we talk, and they just look at me and say, how do you manage that? Because they don't. And so thank you.
It's getting away from here and seeing the relationships that other boards of commissioners have with board.
We are
like
blessed.
Tom and Jerry.
We are blessed. So thank you. So if there's any other questions, I'll be glad. We'll please entertain those.
One back to operations just for a second. You mentioned on this $264,000, that was the
Right.
shortfall in essence. You said that was absorbed into, what was that, pull from
Primarily.
fund balance, or was?
Primarily through attrition, turnover, restructuring, trying to be more efficient in what we do with our personnel. You know, we are a shrinking system. There is a point that, you know, we have 9 schools, and there's a minimum amount that we must have to operate, but at the same token, there are opportunities that do come up. And we took that opportunity last year, and we've continued some of that forward. And so rather than bringing something back on that we've had for years, we just said, no, we're going to have to absorb that. Other areas that we have been able to absorb, transportation department has done a tremendous job over the last few years, trimming their budget, making things tighter. So we've been able to absorb some of the costs there.
dumb question maybe, but I see here on career technical education that nothing's there. How is that funded?
That is a state and federal program. Yeah.
Well, I
And
figured
some,
that, but
yeah, and in some years, we've ended up having to transfer a small amount into the local budget. That's why it's there, for historical. I can't delete it because when I have my budget sheets, I have historical tracing. So I can try, and so, and as long as something's in that historical line, I can't remove it, or I don't want to remove it.
I'll ask a question for finance and management. If we were able to give you what we gave you last year in capital, are you all healthy enough at this point to throw in an extra 252 out of your fund balance so you can do the air conditioning at Avery? Because that's what I'm seeing that it would take. Because you got to have your annual obligations. You need to address these safety issues. And if I add the 200 for the air conditioning, then that brings me to $1,242,420. If the board can see to do the 750, because it's up to them, then could you take that out of fund balance to?
the heat, that's a health and safety issue.
And we could.
Okay.
And what we need to do is close, there may be some things we can do as well to help that, like tinted, we looked at tinted windows on that sunny side of that building. That we got a quote on tinted windows. Okay, that may be a good option too. So.
Is this, the next question in that same line of questioning is could that be done between now and July?
According to what kind of systems are installed. You have your standalone wall systems that may be a good option for us to.
That's the next question.
I asked that same question last year about the wall system. You talk about one in each room?
Yes.
Yeah, I asked that same question last year and kind of got pushed to the side because they said didn't work good, wasn't efficient.
It's better than nothing,
Yeah, that's my point. And to me, it seems like a financially a little cheaper option and then you can control your own classroom. Of course, your hallways are going to be
That would be the big
still going to
question.
be,
But those are,
your lobbies are still going to be hot.
right. But those are
But it's just
transitional
something to look
spaces
at.
where kids are.
Well, it's also-
down there for an
I'm not even gonna say
extended-
that out loud, never mind. Not gonna mention that building's like 50 years old, almost.
What we have looked at, we spent quite a bit of time this year looking into that to see if it was feasible. And we now believe that it would be, and probably a better solution than trying to go back like what we did with the third floor.
That's what I'm saying, because I'm assuming that first floor, which was maybe the hardest work, was $200,000, and you're looking at doing 2 floors.
Yes.
For that same
For that same amount,
price.
and that's why.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was assuming that maybe that's what it was.
Let me, we so much of what drives your operation and budget is the same thing it does ours. A lot of it comes from Raleigh and from mandates, funded and unfunded. And of course, this year's been a total disaster from Raleigh before COVID ever was thought of, in terms of the budget, in terms of planning. I mean, all the things that we look to them in terms of a budget that we can say, okay, this is going to happen, or this year it may or may not happen. And as we go into the next year, not knowing what funding may be in whatever package is presented, through the legislature, and this is kind of an open-ended question, but with no answer, so no, I don't expect one. But a lot of these capital are there plans for these capital projects in that anticipated General Assembly funding? I mean, have you looked at that in terms of, okay, if we receive this, this is 1, 2, 3, 4.
I have heard nothing regarding capital allocations. Most of the state funding is for operational people. It's to operate schools. So the General Assembly leaves capital improvements in buildings and air conditioning units strictly to the local commission, local funding.
But they're,
If they would open up a flexibility.
If they would open up the
Well,
lottery funds like they promised,
that's what I'm saying.
Yes,
yeah,
That's what
then
that's.
this would be,
It would, but we've not had any indication that that's something that's coming our way.
it'd be nice.
And if
Well,
you've
they've
heard
not
different,
even
I'd love
mentioned
to know.
I'm just saying that was part of
yeah,
the discussion
yeah,
that we had heard.
a year
Am I
ago,
correct?
absolutely, yes.
And,
I've got it hanging behind I've pinned it to what I call my clothesline in my office.
yeah,
How
and
much
so,
we're gonna
and so, what, I think what we, of course, when we saw this, we were all like, wow. Here's this huge amount of money. And it's just like we looked at all of the other departments in the county here, you can come and say, everything is necessary, to somebody.
Yes.
Every capital project is necessary to somebody. And it's a matter of how much can be funded and where from, and the priority in which they're done.
Yes.
That's I think the real driver for some of us as we were thinking about this in terms of putting this in some semblance of priority. If we had this, where would we go? And as Philip, we were just talking about, as we start to pull money from places, and this year, of course, as we know, is an outlier in planning from many different places. Of what the capital would be, we're looking at from operations, what this different things would be and what that's going to mean to us. It's daunting to look at that capital needs as a whole piece. I think looking at it more from a prioritized process would make it easier, I think.
Jeff, am I correct that these, that we've got today, they were the priorities?
That's just the way I formatted the page, so I can go with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no way to tell.
So it's like, they are prioritized in order. So like at Cranberry Middle, HVAC replacement was that school's first priority. Replace the elevator was second. Repair the gym roof that's leaking was third. So they are listed in the order of importance as defined by the principal. Each dash indicates this is one road, this is the next road.
Quick question, what does the generator, at the Cranberry School actually do?
It powers the emergency light.
Okay.
That's the only thing that it does.
Okay.
It doesn't any longer. It just operates the.
Emergency light.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm going to jump back to operations just a minute. Are you adding or losing any positions in the following year, or are you maintaining steady? As far as personnel, as far as positions, is it consistent or are you adding?
We're looking at the organization chart right now and duties allocated.
Not
I'm
really decided yet.
We're still looking at it. We've had some changes, Dennis Brown's gone into HR. That leaves a CTO position. We have Dr. Todd Griffin had sought out Cranberry Middle School's principalship, so he'll be going principalship. So we have some current vacancies right there that's going to allow some redirection of some duties. In that, we may be looking at some elementary help to work with our elementary teachers, beginning teachers, but that has yet to be solidified. And I'm sharing information that I'm not even shared with the board yet. So we're looking at
And
Just don't-
presently, we do have two teaching vacancies through retirement that have yet been posted, and more than likely, at this present time, the way that's organized, we don't foresee those posting.
And there's the reestablishment, which pre-existed, was the assistant principal support at Avery Middle School. It's going to be split between Avery Middle and Newland Elementary. So it'll be a split assistant principal position rather than full-time just at Avery. What else? Expansion.
2 years ago, we reduced 17 positions.
Yes.
And, and of those 17, those were, that's part of the absorption. We've not brought them back. And in this restructuring, there are still a handful of positions. Whenever we have a retirement, that's the first thing we
And
do.
you may have retirement you don't know about yet, too.
And we've done a lot of internal movement. When retirement occurs, we've moved positions, and that's still underway.
It's impressive that 17 positions all through attrition, nobody lost their job.
Thank you, Blake. Yeah.
That's impressive.
That was divine providence.
Yes, I mean, that was attrition, that was, nobody lost their job, nobody got a fix it.
Right, exactly.
That's impressive.
Yes.
We're looking at doing some creative things. It's an outlier school. Riverside, we're working with the principal, to try to create some innovative programs over there in terms of agriculture, greenhouse, and some like living farm. And I don't know if that's been shared with you. Mr. Barry and I have talked about that, and there's some momentum going right now with some stakeholder involvement in terms of planning with some external organizations to try to make that happen. And we've got some people at the table, and I'm hoping by August we'll see sticks going up, a little barn and a greenhouse going up, and that'll be made through donations and hopefully grants at no cost to the system of the county.
Tim and I probably have a little more insight on this with their homes, but education is such a dynamic field. I mean, it changes month to month at times, and it's a lot to keep up with. So, I mean, you may have one need, it's not the school we grew up with. It's not the school any of us grew up with today.
That's right. That's right.
I did notice on the Cranberry Middle, the sound systems PVD. That really struck a chord here because I wonder where you got that information from. Probably the same place we did.
Yeah, that was the one item I had not been able to chase down an actual cost.
Well, welcome to the club. We have a need.
And I didn't want to just put something on the page. Like I said, I'm transparent if I'm anything.
I'm sorry, that just really struck me. That's an
inside joke.
That's a sensitive spot, right?
I understand.
We appreciate you all listening and sitting down and having these conversations and discussing our priorities in the school system. And once again, we're blessed to be in Avery County and have you all working with us. It's a blessing to be here with you as a part of the leadership team here. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
Thank you so
Appreciate
much.
For what you do.
We're blessed, especially during this day and time. Very blessed.
So covered everything you want to cut. Now we've got to open our ears and really take it in. All right. We thank you and
Thanks for answering so many questions.
Thank you. I know you all have got a lot of work to do.
A little bit of extraordinary times right now, so.
And thank you for doing this face to face and recognizing social distancing, because it's difficult to have detailed conversations over a screen.
tell us about it.
This is great. Thank you.
We don't like it at all.
Yeah, I'm getting tired of what?
Yeah, that's right.
Good luck to you all.
Yes.
All right. Well, have a good evening.
I won't shake hands, I'll just wave. Thank you.
There are more questions.
I'll check your decision. That's what I'm saying. You had to be.
There's some systems.
Appreciate you, sir. I'm shaking, I shake.
I don't know. I don't know.
You know how that goes.
Get me more books.
Yeah.
Bring us a U-Haul. You need one more. Yeah. Stick it there. So long.
Well, I don't know. One night I was trading. I mean, I said, God, I'm not having to say I mean, that's okay. I'll say that motion. Do you have enough information to say something? Or do you want to? Oh, yeah.
The need may be the.
And you know, there's a large portion of our students. Also, the best place for them.
Exactly what you want to try. All right, thank you, Dr.
Mr. Woody, some of them. How are you? We adjourned our meeting. Some of them wants to know if you're gonna stay here and finish up tonight, or if you want to come back Monday, or if you want to come back Monday.
I'm not being here Monday. I know. I can't be here Monday.
Yeah, he is.
Training.
If you ask me my opinion,
Yeah, we want your opinion.
my opinion is, we're here. If we can finish, let's finish.
All right,
I don't think we've got much to do.
Tim's already got that. What do you think, Dennis? Dennis is all right with it. And I'm all right with it.
I'm bad too.
Let's,
I apologize for my phone. But I mean, it was parents that were watching.
A lot of people watching.
I know, I got something.
let's take about a 2-minute recess, because I'm not. Since I come, and we'll get it back together.
Okay.
Yes. Mine's short.
Can you get up and get it yourself? I don't care, I can get over. I'm agile as a cat.
What you say? First bill, first bill.
We're live.
I'd like to know what, I'll be interested to see the numbers from the sheriff.
Yeah.
Get my budget. Well, I've done that too. I thought we had to.
There you go. Thank you, thank you.
I know, I thought they called us, but I'm calling. Do you know it's still my? Or it's, you feel like you've, come in the morning?
Traditional.
Oh, could you-
I think that's just my opinion. I don't know when it's only 1 month. I don't know. Look, it's 2:30.
Hey, let's go to my office. Will you ask Ms. Martha if we can have 10 minutes to get this sheriff stuff done? That's okay?
Okay, go ahead, Bruce. You hates me.
I'm sorry if they do. I'm scared they had it on screen.
We still live or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Right here just a second.
I can get it. Music, we need to hear it. Come on.
These are things to my public safety.
Well, now we're in section.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So we need to, all we need to do is medical, jail medical.
We played that game.
I mean, we can control that, but we actually.
Well, that's why it's that question, but once it's in there, it may not come back there.
So that's why it's best to do both.
On the medical,
That's fine.
I just want.
He's always had last time.
I see the manager.
Oh, we got, that's all been talked about.
They're separate set of lines like his part, we send this out. They serve the cost. Structure, good work. Really.
Somebody's actually here on the game.
Emergency lighting things. I know. You can find $5,000 for emergency.
Can you okay do it?
Tim, you need something to
No,
drink?
honey, I'm good, thank you.
You're filling your oats.
I'm in good shape. All right, Arthur. Split wood and stuff today, my hands are.
I've got it in one place. Middle finger, my right hand.
Different they are than the other.
Yeah.
It's hard.
This joint right here, like right, well, both of them, this part. And it started about 10 years, yeah, 10 or 12 years, no, so, they fell 14 years ago. I shut that finger up, it big fall. I was supposed to be fall, I shut that thing up, and broke it. And it been the same since.
That one there. I've racing twice when I was in school. That's why.
Wayne's owns. You like this right here. I ain't got, there ain't no tendons left in mine. You see that? I ain't got a tendon left in that ankle. You see that? What's the difference, $100? I ain't a tendon left in it. Have you walked? I know. I go almost just about all the way around. I know you.
How was that?
I'll tell you who, Eric Wright is the cause for that. I had your radio about it at the post office. He owns the post office across the board. He fell on play basketball. Was playing church basketball. He fell on it and rolled it. It ain't been the same since. Yeah. Son, that's the roughest ball I've ever, I played with you. House of Pain, yeah. It's not years old at the time. I was 18. I was telling him, you ever seen anybody shut the finger up the ball for the thing? And right there, in the big ball.
That big door, big door.
Obviously.
I closed that finger up in the truck door one day. You know, and it was a closer, I thought, and it shut and flat. I had to reach it with the other hand. It left in my thread. Always worked for Cindy. She had mad because I was going to the yard. I said, I've got 45 minutes to be. Gotta be squealing up. with sending out cancellations, de-noticing it, everything else.
Yeah. They notice, they notice, you think they notice.
Unnoticed.
We gave them last year, either $102,000 or $103,000 more for pre-K. Does this year's budget, I'm talking to you, does this year's budget show that they want an additional $70,000?
Remember that?
Or is there any way? I remember the discussions on that. We're giving them money, they're
Let me go back.
Is it in?
So they come to one of their meetings.
Yeah, don't you remember last year's when they?
See, I thought they ended up getting, about 25. Because they were short of years, they ended up getting enough people, I thought they got 45.
They moved Caroline to Cranberry. And I can tell you what they're gonna do this year. But I won't tell you about that song.
Last year, they lost $265,000 in their loss.
I can't hear you.
But I thought they had same amount of money. Because we are losing $265,000 this year in our budget.
That's 264. 264 something.
Well, they separately, I mean, besides the budget meeting kind of before us about pre-kindergarten.
We did have a big discussion on that, didn't we?
My memory,
I don't think it was this past year, I think it was in 18.
my
I'm
memory,
not finding it in the minutes.
my memory was that we talked about it, but they were low on numbers, so they thought they were gonna need some help. But then they got their numbers up and they got clear funding. We didn't, that's what in my mind, Woody said he's got to. But I
I've
don't know.
got Phil's cheat sheet somewhere.
But I didn't think we did anything for them all freaking last year. And you're, I don't remember for sure.
If I can find it. Well, you know, it doesn't matter anyway.
I just, in my mind, I was thinking that we didn't, there could have been before, but I was thinking.
That's when they got all them teachers, and that was last year.
Okay. Let me go tell them it's been longer, Jimmy.
We've got to get
We've
on
got
the
to get on
show.
with it. I don't know what he's doing. I mean,
What's going on?
He's getting the sheriff's numbers.
This one here, biggest one I've seen in a long time. That's a big one again. That's a big one again. Like a young catfish.
Young son.
got rid of sucker,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying,
Let me
young.
tell you the difference of what I think this is.
Okay.
Now, to me, this is the red bell.
A red belly? Yeah.
Yes, a hornhead has one all over its body. I mean, no, a hornhead has them down its side.
I ain't never seen anything like that. That's a dinosaur,
This is a red bell.
a red belly.
Yeah, I mean,
I've never heard it called a red belly.
my grandma used to tell me right now.
You got to skin them to eat them.
Yeah, hornhead has one all the way down the side.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that. I've never seen one down the bottom yet.
They do.
Fisherman wouldn't mind.
Right there, do what?
Fisherman wouldn't mind.
Right there at the mouth of Long Creek, you don't catch them.
Well, they're in the place.
Best place to catch them.
He's another place. You know, right there across from the, doing the big trees areas, the Frank Blood graveyard. Go over Squirrel Creek, right there where Squirrel Creek is down there.
They like in convergences.
Yeah, we all run, I'll get so cool. Cool.
Yeah, one creek pours in here.
Anything like that. Do what? Somebody was telling me the other day about eating them. I've never heard anybody eat them.
Eat them all.
Red bells.
I've never heard them called red belly.
You got to skin them.
I just don't know.
Yeah, I always have to. I've never heard it called red belly.
That's all I've ever known. I'll let you call. Yeah, behind the horse or something, that you call those great bass.
Oh, yeah, the raw bass. Yeah.
I'm close to them down there.
See, I fish
Back
too.
I know what you fish, you fish in the creek.
And guess what? They give me my time from this year.
Good for you.
I did.
On here, man.
Well, it comes to the way, because it's 79, they give people on that. But we ain't been 2 years, so.
I wish I get the marker this night, I feel like this.
Tim, you was talking about how that's what they done. We could went to the hardware store and got a submarine. That's all they use.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah, yeah. That's what this. The plug in, and that's where it comes through and stuff.
Back when you got that.
Yes.
You know, they had to give. I wonder if they use plastic on that, some kind of titanium or something. Cause it ain't good, I never even mentioned. And I've got 4 on my.
Now, when I go up here,
4, 5, 5, 6, and 6, 7.
when I go up here to courthouse, it says that. You could go up to the courthouse.
I did it. If they use something different.
All right, our recess is over. Finally, our county manager found his seat back. All right. Where do you want to start, manager?
Let's start where we ended. School.
Oh, you want to do the school first? All right.
So that in your notebook is section 4, page 38.
Does not exist.
No.
That don't exist in my book.
Try section 6, page 1.
Better idea.
Section 4 and 9.
There's no 38 in section 4.
Yeah, there's 38 in section 4.
Nope.
Nope. Not mine, man.
4? Yeah, I'm going on 38.
Mm-mm.
Right here. Section 4.
Well, done.
Yeah, 38.
Okay, never mind.
I've got a 438.
I do too, but I don't. Dennis, don't, Martha.
And I don't.
Okay, we can go to section.
That's,
You do.
well, he's
No.
on their page.
This is
Wait
it.
a minute. There's a page.
Business
you need to
is
flip
out of
over
order.
Before you get there.
This is a, this is not
Okay.
supposed to be in section 4. So I don't know what's happening. There it is. I don't know how that got.
I've got it.
You got it?
Yeah, yeah, we got it.
Got it.
Yeah, that's page 39.
Sorry.
Kitchen.
We. That's what I was doing too, so don't feel bad.
Okay, so in the earlier notes that I gave you, when I gave you the proposed budget, the Avery County Schools budget, I budgeted last year's numbers when I gave it to you 3 weeks ago, okay? So do you all want to go to the 4,770,000 on the operation? And that's line 2, 7,610, 6,100.
Is that, you're talking about, that's the $70,000 for pre-K
Yes,
included?
yes.
I'm for that.
So it'd be
4,770,000.
70. Okay, Woody, if you found that,
I got it.
okay. Who wants to talk on that? Anybody? Is everybody okay with that?
Woody? Yeah, Blake?
Yeah.
Martha?
Yeah.
Dennis?
Reluctantly,
Okay. Now, let's go to Avery County Schools capital.
Okay.
We budgeted what we gave them last year,
$750,000.
$750,000. I asked them point blank, because if you do the math, when you look at the capital page in their budget, if you take the obligations and add it to the safety, you're at 802. That fast. If you take the air conditioning at Avery Middle, you're at 1,200,420. So that's why I point blank asked, if they got what they got last year, can they take out a fund balance and move that air conditioning to the safety?
Yeah, because like you thought they could come up with it. Didn't,
I didn't say they couldn't. It,
I'm like that needs to be done. At Avery, ain't no doubt about that.
Probably needs to be done at Cranberry Middle too.
Well, it's operating, but it's something like to be approached.
Not well, I don't
In
think.
the coming, I don't know, that's why I asked him how bad. I didn't know. I mean,
Well,
I don't think it's keeping up, is what I hear.
if it was to happen, A, I would want you all to know what the fund balance, what their fund balance is, and B, why they, if they can't pay for it when it happens. Well, Woody, you've been maintenance. Do you wait till it happens?
According to how big it is. If it's one standalone heat pump, yes. If it's a full system that serves 200 children, no.
Which one is it? It's more 200 because it's two schools.
The Cranberry issue was
You know what it is?
it says HVAC replacement.
You know what that one is down there? What is it?
It's children.
Woody, does one,
It's one unit fits the whole school.
does it do Freedom Trail and Cranberry?
Do you wait on it to go or do you? I don't expect it's gonna be any cheaper in the future.
Well, the only problem is you wait on it to go, it's down. If it's 80 degrees outside, it's 90 degrees in that building.
Yep.
Children go home.
Yeah.
And they go home till it's fixed. All right, you've got to get an engineer in there. You've got to get contractors in there. You've got to bid the process. I mean, it's a long drawn out process.
And
takes 6 months.
With the
to go.
consideration that they might be going back to school in as early as July. I think these HVAC systems come to the forefront. Because you can't have kids in a 80-degree classroom.
well,
This is May. There's no way they'll get either building fixed in July. There's no way they'll get either building fixed but this winter.
well, question is, and here's my, and I'm for these HVA systems. I'm just saying, do we give them a certain amount and let them prioritize what they want to do with it? Or do we give this money or market for the HVA, or can that be done?
If we, yes, we can give them money. We can earmark it. That's what it has to be used for, is my understanding. And if money's left over, they turn it back into us, is my understanding.
I've never seen one turn it back in yet.
No, you never will.
Well, you're looking at, I mean, just right there, there's, 210 and 200, I mean, that's over $400,000. Yeah, it's $500,000 right there in capital, and you're looking at giving them 750, that's,
1.25.
I don't look, it ain't much. I
Have
don't know.
you asked Jeff what's in their fund balance? Because you could do that.
I have. Let me get another folder.
Also,
Dan, that's what you're asking.
I just think for recent capital expenditures show me that that's not a priority to them. That's what I think. Because if that was a priority, that other 150 wouldn't have left.
Well, I asked the question, what kind of shape was it in? And I don't know that he really knows for sure. The one at Cranberry.
And I don't, one little I asked him, they said, they was talking about the backup generator. It used to, when it was boilers.
Yeah, but there's another question.
Look at how much.
$30,000 for a generator to run emergency lighting.
Well, if it's not gonna turn the boiler, if it's not
I
gonna
wouldn't
run
do
the
anything
boilers, I don't see it.
I don't either, that's my point. I mean, why?
I mean, if it's gonna run the boilers to keep that building from freezing, I can see
I
it.
understand, yeah, I do too. But he said right there and said it didn't run it anymore.
They'll say it wouldn't.
It would or it don't. I mean, it's kind of a difference there, you know what I mean?
Yeah, big difference, I don't know. I asked him if it didn't, and he said no.
Well, that's why I asked him, I said, what does it do? He said emergency lighting only. Well, I mean, you can spend a lot less money on the $30,000 for something to run emergency lighting.
Of the 750 from last year. That was given, wonder how much of those projects was finished and completed.
I think that most of what they do is their annual routine stuff, but he said about 70% of their projects from last year had been completed at this point, but they were ahead of schedule.
But several of those projects that were mentioned to us last year were not in the budget.
Well, it's just like when they
Remember
mentioned
that?
But some
to us
projects
across
were in
Knoll
budget the year
Road,
before.
we started saving for it, and then the next year they didn't need it out there. And it's never
What I'm
been done.
asking is how much of that 750 has been used.
I would imagine most of it, because I think most of it's just stuff that has to be done. Like how much is that lease payment on? Yeah, what's the lease payment on Apple lease payments, $250? And I know they do the copiers, that's a rental contract. Fire extinguishers, of course, that's all relatively.
So is that out of capital?
Yes. The lease payment on the baseball turf, that's $44,000. $250 was the Apple lease.
Last payment this year, looks like.
I know they do the turf cleaning, I know they do the gym floor refinish, I know they have to do all this, I think, every year, ADA compliance, copiers, that copier is a monthly rental.
Yeah, and that recognition of the Hamilton heads actually should be in safety because of MRSA and all that stuff, they have to clean the reconditions. Yep.
I don't see us having another $400,000. I said, I don't see us having another $400,000.
And you realize this is not even counting the million that's across the school for the roof. And I'm assuming that's what it's gonna cost. Or was the price tag on that? You ever get one?
No, what did we do? We allowed them to get the engineer to look at it, to get us a price estimate.
Yes.
It's not happened yet. But we did pay for that part of it.
It's not happening.
I ain't seen a price estimate yet. Have you?
I haven't seen it.
That's been a while.
I'm making sure before I tell you what the fund balance is, that this is correct.
I heard it quoted.
they have to have what? They have to have more than that. They have to have 8%, don't they? And their budget's about the same as theirs.
No, he was on the-
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you was on the fund balance. Yeah, last I heard was 1.3.
They got their fund balance back up to $1 million something, and that's all it's at, because it was
It's
down.
below 8%,
Yes,
and it's supposed to be at 8%.
Cause they got way down.
Yeah,
it got way down.
their budget's about 25 million in there, and they're about comparable with theirs. So. 8% of that is about 1.2.
With 46 employees.
Well, you're talking state, federal, local, talking about total deal.
Yeah. But their fund balance has to be it's supposed to be at 8% of their budget, it's like us at 8%.
Should be 2.4, their budget's still over 30 million.
So 30 million, so yeah, there you go, 2.4. They're growing with us, aren't they?
They've got 46 employees, and we've got over 200.
They got 46 local.
Yeah. That
At a
includes
level.
all that.
That's 46 that we pay.
Yeah.
We got over 200 that we
Yeah.
pay.
Okay, 1,150,679.
So they're below their recommended fund balance.
Well, they've done good to bring it up there.
They have, because it was way down.
Can I ask a question? Can we legally make decisions and take votes in budget meeting?
Not this one, you can't take a vote because it wasn't noticed as taking any action.
I think so.
We're still working on a proposed budget that will be considered on June 1st. So what we're doing tonight,
Do what?
Was there a vote that you wanted to take? Oh, okay.
so you're just telling me what we want to change our proposed budget to on capital for the school.
Well, let's look at it this way. He acted like they might have come up with enough to do Avery, didn't he? I mean, he kind of come across that way to you. Well, then why can't we
Do cranberry.
do Cranberry on our own then?
That's what I think.
And then we could put, then that would, we would raise, we could put that in there, but we could, if they want to come up, and how to say this, but they both need to be prioritized. I mean, I'm not saying just because we're funding one, they don't get to fund the other one. I'm just saying we need to get them both funded. And if they want to do one, we'll do one. I mean, that might be an option. I'm just throwing that out there to y'all now. I'm not, this is
If
not.
they think they can get it done by July, that may be something we want to consider as a budget for this fiscal year instead of waiting to do it in this budget. If we can get, I don't know if there's time for them to get it done that quick, or get it started that quick, but yeah. Woody says he don't feel like there's any way to get it done that quick.
It's according to what they do, I read in there somewhere that there's coils that have holes in.
Yeah,
That was a different school. That was a new one.
that's new.
That's gonna be not much. Believe me. But, if they're gonna put outside units on the ground and pipe them into each classroom, the biggest problem we're gonna have out there is gonna be on a small pad and running power to that unit. And where are they gonna get the power?
They've already got it, don't they?
I'd say that building's maxed out.
I mean, they've already got an HVAC unit there. Well, it's replacing the one at Cranberry.
Yeah, it's, no, I'm talking about.
Oh, it's under Avery.
Yeah, there's no set individual, is that not the other?
That's kind of what
Set
they're looking
individual-
at, yeah.
Individual outside units like.
Well, I would assume outside transfer wise, they're big enough to handle it. I would assume what you're talking about is inside panel.
Yes.
And I don't know.
They'll have to. Unless they've done something since I was there, then I'd say they're maxed out. But with that said, you know, I didn't fully understand, were they gonna set a heat pump for each classroom?
Well, that's, those, if he's talking about those mini splits, they have to have it out, each one of them has to have an outside unit.
They set them outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, I don't know, and I'm assuming they can, I mean, you really can't, if you've got capacity, you're fine, make sure if you have room for breakers. Now, they might could sub off that and be all right, I don't know. But then you'd have to up your main breaker size. Bam.
It'd be better off for the budget part.
Yeah.
Off the meters for the. Shouldn't be doing for the budget
It
part.
depends on how that comes in there. If that comes in there on a bus, they could do it that way off the house before it gets to the panel.
But they still have to set up,
Yeah, just a little panel.
but that's for the electrician.
Yeah, that's for sure. But I mean, I just don't that's thought. I mean, I don't know. There's-
Well, I think we
Is
can't, I don't think that
this,
that project's even on our radar, just in terms of funding.
it's in there.
I mean, not with the other two. I mean, we're talking $700,000.
You talking about the one at Newland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think we're going to talk about that one yet.
We're just
I think
talking
that
about.
might be a way to see.
Talking about going to middle school, what Tim
Yeah,
was
middle
talking
school,
about.
Cranberry Middle, Napier Middle, both. He said the HVAC at Cranberry is back too.
But there's been a sheet cranberry mill also serves freedom trail.
Well, don't they already have cranberry in the capital?
It was just in the,
It's
stuff I
in the-
was-
It's in the
Yeah.
5-year plan.
Oh, 5-year plan.
I hope it's a 5-year plan.
It says 2020
Yeah.
through 2021.
If
Well,
If you do what Mr. Vance said, Mr. Blake, then we can keep our budget balanced. If we try to find them another 210, we're out of balance.
Well, I'm kind of like, what
Sorry.
we do, wait.
I feel like if they can get it done sooner, I mean, that's 6 weeks, we're what, 6 weeks out from the new fiscal year? 7 maybe. That's 6, 7 weeks, we don't have to wait if they're seriously considering starting school that early to get the jump on this. I mean,
So
to me, that's an ox in the ditch scenario, but that's just, maybe I'm not right about that, but
are you on the Cranberry?
I'm talking about both.
Both?
Yeah, but if they're gonna cover
I mean,
one,
they need to take out of their fund balance to pay for one of them.
Yes.
I think that Cranberry has something now. I think we need to get Avery Middle as a priority because Cranberry has something now, but it needs to be done. If we're gonna have kids in school in July, if they can get it done by July, it needs to be done by July. That's my opinion. Those buildings get hot. If you don't believe it, walk up there tomorrow. Go up to Avery Middle School tomorrow. If anybody doubts that building gets hot, go up there tomorrow.
But we can't, that's not the imperative. Okay, if it gets done in July or November is not going to drive this discussion. I mean, it's a matter of, are we going to fund it or not? That's a discussion because it's not going to be completed by then. I mean, so that's really not a factor. So
I just think we need to fund
Which
Avery
goes
Middle
on.
for sure. And if they want to fund the Cranberry now, let them go ahead and fund it and we'll see. And if not, maybe we can fund it next year class. I don't know. What do y'all think? Is that an option? Just trying to get it process.
Well, if it's working, we ain't got that many months
Right, to go. But
to go.
No.
And so,
until the school. Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, I mean, that may be an option. Let's go ahead and do Avery Middle and then we'll see if they want to fund Cranberry. And if that's a priority to them, then we can get it funded that way. If not, we can maybe fund it next year, maybe. Or maybe we do both. Just throwing stuff out there. What do y'all think? Woody, you know about it, Dennis. What's y'all's opinion on that?
I definitely don't think we need to pay for both of them.
Well, I think they agreed to pay for one, didn't they?
That's the way it's
That's
saying.
what I understood. I think we need to, if you're gonna have kids in there, I think you gotta have it where it's a hospitable environment. You can't, and especially like those little kids. That's an elementary school, there's kindergartners in there.
You ready?
You want to say
I
something?
think he's waiting.
Oh, we're gonna stay all night.
You're fine. I knew you were still working on.
You think if we fund the one Avery Middle, you think they're gonna get it in?
Well, whether they do or they don't, it's
We
still like I
fund
said,
it,
you gotta
it's
fund
up
it or
to
not.
them.
So I mean, no matter what, if we fund it, they can start on it anyway, it'll be something funded. And then they can do the same thing with Cranberry Middle. If they will pay Cranberry Middle, they can pay for Cranberry Middle, and he acted like they could pay for one of them, then let's go ahead with that. I mean, that's my opinion.
It's been the way it is for how long?
Well,
That's Avery Middle.
last year, they got their first floor, they got the top floor
Yeah,
there.
but I mean, where it's going
Since
to
it's
be,
built.
there you go. And all of a sudden, 2 months is pushing us? No.
It's been needed for a long
I
time.
agree, but
But if we're gonna have kids in there the last week of July, it's just inhumane to not have air conditioning.
that's
Never had
not a
school.
point in this whole
It
discussion.
absolutely is a point. If we're gonna have kids in there, we gotta have a building kids can be in. It's absolutely a point.
But it won't be done.
What is the earliest?
I'm not
that
that
they
much of
can
an
start?
expert on it. I just know that if it can get done, it needs to be done. If we're gonna have kids in there.
What's the earliest they started school and had kids in the building?
August 16th.
So they started before the 16th mile.
This year you did.
I started saying this year we started, but it was like the
People are there on the
Right.
7th.
7th or 8th.
Yeah, the
something
teachers
like
were there
that.
on the 2nd or 8th.
I can tell y'all from experience, personal experience, it's miserable. And the kids are mad, they're ugly, everybody's snappy at each other. When you're trying to teach and you're sweating, and you're wiping sweat, and then the worst part is when you're running fans. If you're running fans and you're trying to talk over the fans, it's miserable.
Well, like Dennis said, the only thing we can do is fund it. It's up to them to get it put in. And I'll almost assure you that it won't be of any benefit this year at either place.
Well,
But it'll take longer.
Take one of these the middle school one and.
I would think that it should take longer to do Avery Middle.
That's what I
than
think.
Cranberry.
Cranberry should just be set in place, right?
Should be.
Well, I mean, in the whole other thing, I'm just saying, if we fund one, let them fund one, I think we solve the problem.
Yeah.
I'm good with
The
that.
only problem with that is, in my opinion,
Okay.
if we fund one, we'll have to earmark it, they fund the other.
Well, and that's all well and good, and he sat right there and said, if I could come up with it, when you asked him what blank about.
Yeah.
that-
Philip asked him.
Yeah,
if
so
they
we'll
could pay
have to lay the middle.
Yeah, but either way,
They're comparably priced.
yeah, well, other than, yeah, we're comparable price, they're 210 apiece. I
210 and 200.
mean,
So what would you think of letting them know that, yeah, what's the difference in prices?
$10,000.
Avery Middle's 200, and Cranberry's 210.
All right. Tell them we'll give them $205,000.
Yeah.
We, in it to use for air conditioning at one or the other. with
But they've got to go to
stipulation that they have to fund
On
the
the other
other.
half.
And it needs to be at the same time.
Yep.
Not put off.
I think
one or
you're
the
right.
other.
I mean, I'm
Think
sorry,
that would
but
be
you have
hard.
to put stipulations on
Well,
things,
but, you know,
but you do.
it's gotta get done.
I mean, we're not talking about pennies here. We're
No,
talking about a lot of money.
that's one.
Okay,
And
So
I,
two
and I,
hundred and five, did you say?
well, is it on my next to it?
but we're not doing that today. We'll have to do that June 1st.
That'll be fine.
And for this budget, are we giving them 750 in capital?
Shouldn't we just fund should we fund 750 or should we fund the annual obligations and safety issues or?
Bill asking if we funded the 750.
Okay,
You know,
well, okay, but good enough for me.
That's good to see.
that was the question.
I asked them if they could come up with the 252, okay. Help me make sure I done this right. 427.8 in obligations. We gotta give them that.
Yeah.
It's obligated. Hate to say we got to, but we got to. The safety issues are 374. So if I add that, that's 802, 420. Then you're taking 200,000 more. So I said, if we give you the 750, can you come up with the 252, 420 to put the air conditioning and the
257.
plus the rest of the obligation and safety?
257, because it'd be two.
So see, it's 802, 420 for the safety and the obligations alone.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah. So, but it'd be 57, it'd be 257, not
Yeah,
252,
but
because it's
even on these
205.
safety issues, I still say that if that generator runs nothing but emergency lighting, why does it cost $30,000?
And you are kind of an expert in that field.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand that. I mean, if it's running the board like Woody said, I'm in total agreement, it's gonna take that, but if it's running the emergency lighting.
Where's that at?
When it was,
Other
safety
safety
issues.
issues,
when it was put in, it was sized to run all emergency lighting.
third thing
boilers.
down on the safe. Generator needs to be replaced at
Which was
Cranberry Middle.
actually 3 boilers, 2 for heat, 1 for hot. That's what's down. Right.
He said that it did run.
I know this year got away from us and we didn't get to do a field visit like we did the year before.
But you could.
But the boiler, the heat system wasn't the problem at Cranberry, was it, Woody?
No, they have.
And now it is.
They have resolved that. No, the heat system's not.
Oh, it's HVAC. Okay.
He says HVAC.
Let's say it's back.
Yeah. He says HVAC.
I'll take that. I'll take,
Anyone get clarification on that? If it's boilers, water heater and chiller, or if it's just the air conditioner, just chiller.
I know it's at least that.
Since that 2 years, because auction going. There and the high school. Keep boilers up. Take it home. But you probably don't.
Are the above ground storage tanks that at the out of the county office?
is HVAC at the Cranberry Middle, is that heat and air?
Well, it says the above ground storage tanks,
The whole
gas and
shebang,
diesel,
boiler.
200,000.
It's
On the
boiler,
safety.
heat and air, and it's on its last leg. Like you
I would
said.
assume that's,
Okay, thank you,
that's
sir.
probably got, and I would say that's probably a
Don't
government
go to bed.
that's got a date on it somewhere.
Oh,
It
okay.
has to be done by a certain date, because we had to do it that way.
I like the block.
All right, what do you got?
It is heat and air, and it is boiler. It's everything.
Boiler and it's all.
It's all over.
everything.
That school's 25 years old. Wow, I'm old. I am so old.
Well, at least you're not thinking things that happened 5 years ago in the budget were last year. I did that with me.
So my child is first grade putting class.
Good, good grade with that.
So what's the total capital gonna be here, Philip? I mean, is this 205,
955, 955.
955?
Unless, if they get it done sooner, I think we have to go into a budget amendment for it.
This year.
Yeah, if they get it done sooner. I mean, if there's any way they can get it done before they get kids back in the building.
And they're gonna say you got to pay for it. When you put it in.
Yeah.
Everything's like that anymore.
It's all gonna be dependent on somebody that's none of us or none of them.
But I'm like Woody, I'd like to earmark it for that one.
Besides, to make sure if we're going to do it, that if we're going to do one, they need to make sure they get done with that. I mean, it ain't, I don't want one to be behind. It's not fair. If we're going to do one, they need to do one.
Well, if it is actually HVAC down there, those boilers go down, and you've got the young and sent home this winter.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
Well, I propose that we do the 955 in next year's budget.
I guess fine.
Yeah.
They can float it out of the fund balance if they have to, I guess, for the meantime, maybe.
Yeah. That's fine.
You know, it's coming.
They know they're going to have to come up with it. So if they want to.
I mean, I know I'm a little passionate about this issue, but I'm a fat kid and I know how hot we get. It gets hot in those buildings and there's, we're gonna make kids be in those buildings. We have to make it as comfortable as possible.
I think everybody's in agreement with that. I think the only question
It's just how.
before us is
How
how we do it, how we earmark it, how we pay for it, when do we do it, this budget or next year's budget, and how do we hold their feet to the fire to do the other one?
I think we just stipulate that the strength
we'll
that's
pay
attached
for
with
one
this
and
is,
then pay for that?
yeah,
If they want third room, if they want to pay for the one, we're going to pay for
we have a public agreement, even if it's not formal. I don't know if there's any way to make it formal, but
So you're saying you're saying 750,
two.
plus the 205,
including the 205 for the
plus the 205.
I think plus the
Plus the
205.
So
Plus-
not make it 955. Yeah.
but plus the 205.
But having that 205 is a separate, like a one-time expense. That's not the new baseline. That's like a one-time expense.
That's the way it needs to be shown too.
Yeah.
One-time expense and
So for the next year.
they have to do the other.
I think that's good.
And then I'm gonna need $205,000 to balance the budget.
What I'm saying,
That's kind of fund balance. That's where it's gonna come from either way.
Okay.
or we could take the $98,000 of capital that we gave us the other day and make tank of it.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't just keep putting it out there.
No.
We can't just keep putting it out there. I mean, everything we've done is out. We've not eliminated anything on this budget. And we've added to it on every time we've had a discussion, we've added. I mean, can't do that.
You have to do things when you're able to, and some things just have to be done. You know, that 750 stuff that basically has to be done. And I'm a proponent of make hay while the sun's shining, and the sun ain't gonna shine forever. And we need to get this stuff done as much as we can while we can. Because who knows when, you know, tax collections are gonna fall apart or sales tax revenues gonna fall.
You mean like this year?
Maybe. We'll know that in about October.
With your 98, how short are you?
107.
I moved 70 of that to the other, so now,
Oh, yeah, you did, so 177. I just think it needs to be looked at as a one-time expense. That's why I was saying maybe do a budget amendment before it's still included in the budget, because it's a one-time expense, it's not a recurring expense.
If you do that, Philip, where will you be with your budget? If it's a budget amendment this year.
then I'm balanced and fine. Got a little bit of cushion.
Except for the two, it's still real money coming out of the, I mean.
Right,
no
it
matter-
is.
I
Right,
mean,
it's
what part of
money.
That is.
It's money.
But we've got $1 million budgeted for a school payment for 2019-20 that's not having to go out. And we typically always have a surplus because of good budgeting. We always budget conservative on revenues and liberal on expenses. We typically always have at least a $500,000 surplus. So the money's gonna come through. I feel comfortable saying that. Am I saying that right? I mean, the money, yeah. I think the least we've had is like 400,000 surplus, but there's a little over $1 million, $1.5 million in it.
And it'll be June 15 before we get March's and April's sales tax in.
Yeah.
You know, everybody's real nervous.
We won't know
We're
where we
just
stand,
nervous.
we won't know
don't
where we
know.
stand for the year till
No.
October,
No,
so there's an audit done.
what shutting down is done, we will not know till October.
But I mean, what I'm saying
And then
is,
you're in the middle of a budget. You're
The budget's a
4
plan.
months in.
and as long as I can remember, the budget's always produced a surplus. Even when it was headed toward not producing one. The budget's always produced a surplus in the last several years. Plus, there's a 1.5, it's 1.5, right? The high school payment's 1.5.
High school payment will be $1,087,006. The QZAB is 110 and the Better Rail is 437.
Yeah. I mean, there's gonna be. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There's gonna be over and above left over, and that's exactly why we budget it that way, so we have money to do things like this.
Well, and you've got to consider, I mean, even though I know this may be a little, it's just things that if we don't get them done, we take a chance, we take a chance on it biting us.
Believe me, a board can back.
Yeah. And if we've got some surplus, it might be the time to do it. And it's not being frivolous, I don't think, to do it that way. Because it's something that's, like I said, if it goes out, we're in trouble.
It's never frivolous to meet your obligations, take care of your citizens. That's our job.
Personally, I would rather to keep our budget balanced and take it out of this year's fund.
I
agree.
I agree. I don't have a problem with that.
I think we look there, I think better.
That's fine with me. That solves it. And I mean, that's just gonna
Are you all
that's just
right
gonna
with
lower
that?
the surplus by that much.
I agree.
It's not gonna throw us out of balance. It's not gonna really come out of the fund balance. It's just gonna lower the surplus at the end of the year. I know it's all, which pot's going where, but
I'm gonna tell you, if you're gonna get anything done, you better do it this year, because next year you're not
Absolutely.
gonna have the money to do it with. If we can do it, and come out, you better do it this year, because I'm afraid next year we'll really be having a hard time to even
it will be different.
Yeah, it will.
I think it's good, conservative, responsible government to take care of things as best as you can. And what I put off today, what you can do for 200,000 a day might be 250,000 tomorrow. And we've got the money. It's not like we're putting the county in any kind of financial straits to do it, and it needs to be done.
Well, Dennis, you got anything, you said your piece? All right, we'll do a budget amendment
Would you make this?
in the June.
That's with the understanding that we're gonna split the cost of the two schools with them.
And it be earmarked.
So they're gonna be asked to do a budget amendment that day at their first meeting.
I guess they have to handle it however they need to. I don't know how they need to handle
Whatever
it.
it takes, they'll
That's right.
do it. All right.
Okay. There was one other correction that I need to make. And we'll still be balanced. I just want everybody to know. Section 4, page 3, which I hope everybody has under revenue. And on your sheet, I gave you social services had asked for a social service assistant and a maintenance worker. So in the revenue, we get 50% of that. That's already reflected, but it was not reflected in their salaries. So I had to fix that. But we're still balanced.
Say that again, I was trying to find it.
Okay, so
Where you at?
Page
Page-
3.
section 4, page 3.
Okay.
So if you go to 36, 34,
Okay.
10, 36, 34.
County welfare.
Okay, it went up 89,000,
84,000.
something like that. So that was to cover salary increases plus the 50% for the two employees that they're going to get a community service assistant and a income maintenance worker. So the state
State paid for that.
state pays 50%. So that's where that revenue came in, but I had to put our 50% into their salaries. But we're still balanced. We're still okay.
So that item, that line goes to what?
It stays the same, only salaries goes up.
Yeah, salaries goes up,
Oh, okay.
but we're still balanced.
We're just looking at the revenue part right now.
Yeah.
Already included the salaries stuff.
How can it go up $40-some thousand and still be balanced? Where did you pull it out of?
So I took it out of that
Available for appropriation?
appropriation. Hold on a second.
Okay.
That extra in the, because the available for appropriation was going to be the 50. Hold on just a second. So that leaves me with 98,512 in the extra under available for appropriation. So I had the 50, the 8,000 left for special appropriations, and that'll leave me with 98,512. Then I need to move the 70 to the school
In the
operation.
Yeah.
So that's only going to leave me 28,512 in the, what we were going to call the capital reserve. Okay, since this is just a proposed budget, we'll get this fixed.
Yeah,
If this is what you want, get you, everybody a clean copy printed and bring it to you tomorrow.
Tomorrow, that's ambitious.
Ashley's in there working on it right now.
Bless her heart. There's not a ton to change. There's not a ton to change for one copy.
And this is proposed. You'll adopt it.
And in my mind, it hinges on whether or not they were good enough to run to do HVAC.
Which is not part of this budget.
No. But we need to know that before we do a budget amendment.
So are we at 3320? Somewhere in that neighborhood?
No, our budget ordinance will stay at 30,351,254. What's happened is, instead of having some cushion in what I was going to call capital reserve, we've spent it down to 28,000. So my cushion of 100 and some thousand.
Available for appropriations?
No, I've got 50 and available for appropriation. I had cushion of $178,000 coming into the realm of things.
We basically held harmless from last year on budget though. That's pretty doggone impressive. We're well below the rate of inflation. That's pretty doggone impressive. Good job, management.
Especially when you think of what we've done.
Yes.
What you're doing.
Local government's job is to provide everything the best they can to their citizens. Schools, services, facilities.
And I think
And we're-
that is what the people realize that we're doing.
while maintaining one of the lowest property tax rates in the state,
Including.
including fire, and most people don't include fire tax.
Well, one of the points in the budget message will be that you're building a high school without raising taxes.
That's Walter County, how that goes.
Oh, you said what?
Spend about $86 million. Nice.
We got sheriff.
I said I'll give you a budget before and then get rid of
We can
it.
build.
Call me Monday.
We can build
That's hopeful.
a community building and an ag extension office and a high school without raising taxes.
And a pole.
You
Is
said,
that for 86 million? That school ain't, yeah.
Do what?
86 million that Warthog spent on that school, it's nothing. I mean, it's nothing pretty to me.
The school,
Yeah.
it's not even.
it's hard to get around. It's not.
Nothing.
It's not even increasing.
Well,
We got a sheriff to go through.
I thought we don't.
I thought we did that. I took his changes on the capital, correct?
yeah,
Because I told him, I said, you can't spend no more than what I gave you, so you tell me how you want it. And we agreed to that, right?
yeah.
We did.
Okay.
So-
Fire commission
We're good.
was easy as pie, and I kept 33 cents.
32.
Oh, 32 cents.
That won't even buy a stamp.
Well, I can't spend it. I have to give it back to them if we don't spend it.
I know, it's
If we have a tax refund, I'll use that 32 cents first.
yeah.
Do what?
I think
Yeah, we're still needing all the done.
I will bring you a new printed budget as soon as possible. I'm going to retract my earlier statement.
I thought you'd be kind of ambitious there.
Well, I think we've pretty well settled it, don't you?
I'm happy.
So, if nothing else,
Move with Jeremy.
all in favor, let's go to Hines.
So does this mean I need to cancel the meeting for Monday?
Yeah, I don't see that we've got anything to do.
Especially if I don't have the notebook.
Yeah.
I can work without having to try to zoom in and work with.
Maybe about the meeting Monday, no big.
So, great. Let me know this second. I was gonna go get tomorrow. I'm going to breakfast. We're going to like, we're going to meet, but text me and let me know, so I'll get it when I get back to see you.
Yeah.
That's all right. Did you hear me? Text me and let me know. I'll get it when I get back to civilization.
So pray about that tonight, hard. Yeah, when you get there. That company, the hospital yard, construction. We're meeting at 9:00.